Morning, everybody. I guess let's get started here. We have a lot to get through today. First of all, thanks everybody for being available for the discussion today. I'm going to give a brief overview of where we've been because this tag hasn't met since our September of last year. So briefly, we finalized a version of the energy code last September with an option or two, and we sent it to the MVE committee, the Mechanical Ventilation Energy Committee. The MVE debated it and sent it on to the council. The council then debated that and sent it into the CR 102 public comment process. Thousands of people responded, probably setting a record for public comment. And you can watch the hours and hours of testimony on the council website. Many people were in support and many people were in opposition, and many others wrote in technical comments to make the code better, to fix language or clear up ambiguity. And these technical comments numbered in the hundreds. Caroline, Krista, and I have poured through each of the technical comments and provided a recommendation that you see on the documents that were posted. In some cases, we talked to the proponents and the public commenters on it to make sure we understood what their public comments were, and then provided a recommendation. And there's some categories I'm going to go over. Most of the comments were editorial, meaning they cleared up language and didn't substantively or didn't at all really change the intent or anything of the code other than made it a bit clearer. Many of them, we put them in several categories, but the category today we're looking at is category 3, and that is for the tag to potentially review. So the tag ones are also subcategorized into green colored ones, meaning that we felt they should be brought up today and discussed explicitly. Many others were labeled tag, but with a white background. And those ones, there's some issues that are of some importance, but we felt that we had a solid enough recommendation that the tag doesn't need to discuss them today. These generally say something like, if no tag action, then adopt edit as shown, or then do something else, adopt edit with these modifications. All of the items listed labeled tag, green or white, can be brought up today. In fact, any of the issues, public comments can be brought up today. We will cover all of the green ones, but it's up to tag members to bring up white colored issues if you think something should be different about the recommendation. Our recommendations go back to the MVE committee next week and then to a full council for a decision on April 22nd. So I'm hoping this tag today focuses on the technical content of the comments and making sure that we have a clear and cohesive code to send to the MVE committee and the council so that we don't have to issue so many opinions once the code is in force. So I'm hoping we focus on the technical content and not go back to the overall discussion of whether the original proposals themselves are a good idea or not. I also mentioned that the tag had also talked about economic analysis. A third party did review the economic analysis by the proponents and made several comments and suggested a few changes to the proponents' economic analysis. There have been a couple meetings of the working group on economic analysis. The economic analysis didn't fundamentally change, from what I remember, the outcomes of the proponents' economic analysis, but in some cases they changed methods or made comments on that clarified things. So it's worth watching the recordings of those discussions. The work group on economic analysis group is meeting April 20th is the next meeting. So if you have comments on the economic analysis, you can bring them up at that time to kind of keep it within the kind of the topic at hand. Receiving those hundreds of comments reminds me that the residential tag is about to convene. Many of you are also members of the residential tag. So it'd be great to get some really thoughtfully and thoroughly vetted language coming out of the tag so we don't get so many editorial comments. But that's just a hope. Lastly, let's keep it speedy today as well as respectful. Very intentionally, many people on the tag have different viewpoints. So we need to keep a standard of professional behavior that exemplifies the highest ideals and principles of ethical conduct, which include integrity, honesty, and fairness. As part of this commitment, it is expected that participants will act with courtesy, competence, and respect for others. Are there any questions on that before we begin? On any of those kind of topics or subjects? And again, we have a small enough, well, we have a small enough group today that if you do have a question, go ahead and talk. If it gets to be too many people talking, we will use the raise hand feature, which is on reactions. And you raise hand and you immediately go to the top of my view. And then I will call on you in the order in which I see your hand go up, which will probably be about the order that you raise your hand, but may not be. If I have not called on you and you've had your hand raised for a while, just unmute and say something. Kevin. Or were you just providing an example?
Sorry, double muted. I was trying, yes, as an example, but also wanted to make a motion, and that is a procedural one to speed things along. And I realize that's before the review and approval of the minutes, but I think it's pertinent to that. I'd like to make a motion that we make a verbal vote for each item that we vote on. And unless it's not abundantly clear if the ayes or the nays have it, only then would we do a roll call vote. And I think that anyone can just call that if they feel like it's questionable. That's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the table, and that is to conduct a voice vote unless it is extremely obvious that it's very contentious and there's more than one or two nays. Then we would not do a roll call vote. So that's the motion. Is there a second for the motion?
This is Amy, but could we do a who's here first?
Of course.
I guess we should, yeah, I guess. Can you?
This is Dwayne. This is a second.
Okay, we have a second on the motion. We, I guess, point of order, is it out of order to do a motion before we've reviewed and approved the agenda? Staff, do you know?
Well, it would help to know if we have a quorum.
Yes. Okay. Why don't we do? Yes. Why don't we see if we have a quorum first? Krista, do you want to do a roll call?
Sure. Michael Baranek. Eric Bedell.
Here.
Christopher Burrows. CJ Brockway.
Present.
Martin Connor. Michael Curtright. Kevin Duell.
Here.
Mike Fowler.
Yes, good morning. Here.
Patrick Hayes.
Present.
Gary Hickinen. Scott Henderson.
Here.
Chris Holliday. Luke Howard.
Present.
Dwayne Johnlin.
Here.
Elizabeth Joyce. Bill Kraus. John Lang. Mike McGivern.
Good morning here.
Alan Montpelier.
I'm here, and just a heads up, I'll have to sign off at 10:30 due to a previous conflict.
Henry Odom.
Here.
Eric Olnon.
Good morning. Here.
Andrew Poltorak. Irina Rasputnis. David Reddy.
Here.
Lisa Rosenau.
Good morning. Here.
Poppy Storm. Gavin Tenold.
Here.
Sean Vig,
Here.
Amy Willis.
Present.
So we do have a quorum.
Woo, all right, thank you for everybody for showing up. I know it is not as much notice and it's not a regular tag meeting. So we have a motion on the table. We'll take comments on the motion. Patrick, I saw your hand go up first.
I think that we should do a roll call vote like we did on all the other issues in the last 7 meetings. Zoom meeting. I don't think a yay and a nay is very accurate. If we were all in a conference room, I would agree with the motion, but since we're not in a Zoom meeting, since we are in a Zoom meeting, the accuracy is diminished.
Okay, thanks, Patrick. Tim?
Yeah, this is Tim Atterbury with the Associated General Contractors of Washington, AGC. And I was checking the State Building Code website and looked at the amount of folks that gave written testimony. There was 105 pro and 225 con, I believe. And so I just wanted to make sure that disparity was noticed, and then if it was going to guide the committee in any way today.
Okay, yeah, and I was going, I guess there were lots of also letters that were co-signed by lots of people. So I guess I was generalizing based on there were lots of for and lots of against. Thanks for doing that better research, Tim. Okay, any comments on the motion that's on the floor right now? Kevin.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to Patrick's comment. I think there's merit to that. I'm wondering if perhaps we could simultaneously raise our hands to indicate the quantity of votes, and that is to maintain the count of quorum, if that would satisfy it. I'm just trying to make this go faster.
Yeah, I think that would be tricky. Raised hand is something that I guess some people have struggled with, and if you do in the wrong way, it might be less accurate.
Fair enough.
Andrew.
The raise hand option goes away pretty quickly, I think, for some folks. It goes up and then it might come back down. So I would agree, but I would like the vote to happen because there are some controversial items.
The roll call vote. Andrew.
Yes, the roll call vote. Yes, and I was on mute earlier, so I couldn't say that I was here. Krista,
Okay.
if you can add me in, I couldn't get to that button quick enough. Thanks.
I've got you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Tim, you still have your hand up?
No, I just was, I mean, I kind of didn't get an answer to my question. It was more or less, with it just, and I only saw the stats on the website, so I didn't go to the hearings. I just saw the final stats on the written testimony, but the fact that twice the amount of people wrote in thoughtful comments as far as being on the con side, I just wanted to know if that huge disparity was going to guide the committee at all today as far as decision making goes.
I'm hoping we focus on the technical comments on that today. We can do whatever we want today. The motion on the floor is right now whether we vote in a certain way or not. To respond to your comment, Tim, from listening to the testimony and reading lots of the written comments, there were lots of people in support and lots of people against. And I think there was one letter that had thousands of people in support. So we should probably mine some more data points on that issue if that's going to guide the committee. Why don't we take that issue up if we want to after we vote on the issue that's on the floor right now, which we have a motion and we have a second for, which is to not do a roll call vote if there is more than a couple of dissenting opinions on this. Andrew. Andrew, you're on mute. Kevin.
Again, in
I
the
don't have
interest
my
of time,
hand. Sorry, I didn't load my hand.
Okay, Kevin.
My apologies.
I guess in the interest of time, well, no, I'm going to call the question. Let's vote on my motion, and then if that doesn't pass, I'll make a second motion.
So call the question requires a 2/3 majority to end debate. So I don't think that's what you really intend to do, but since somebody else has their hand up, I think we can do a vote on it right now.
Okay.
Per Robert's rules, call the question requires a 2/3 majority to end debate. So,
Fair enough.
or something like that. So, all right, so let's do a voice vote on the motion on the table, which is to do a voice vote. And if there aren't several people that are in the nay category, then we will let the voice vote stand without going to a roll call vote.
Oh, and just to be clear, I want to restate the motion, which is to have a voice vote. If it's not clear that there's a solid majority, then anyone may call for a voice call vote.
Okay, that is a change in the motion as I understand it. So
That may be a restatement that changes it.
okay, so anyone could call for a roll call vote.
Yes,
Any tag member, I'm assuming.
correct.
Okay, Dwayne, I think you seconded it. Do you also second that motion?
Yes.
Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't hear Dwayne. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's do a voice vote on this one. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, the ayes have it. Okay, well, that was a welcome introductions and a motion, review and approve agenda. Does anyone have, do we want to look at the agenda? Well, we are looking at the agenda. Does anyone want to make comments on the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
I will second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a couple of seconds. Any further discussion on the agenda? Dwayne.
Would it be possible to go through the green highlighted ones first and then?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's what we're, yeah, that was, as chair, that was my hope, was to go through all the green ones. And then if we have time and someone wants to bring up a white one, we will go through that. Okay, all in favor of the agenda and the motion to approve it, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we have an agenda, we have a quorum. And now we will get to the main business, which is reviewing the green colored ones. Well, I guess I
Sheldon, do you
did
want to
say,
start with the lighting or start with the general stuff?
I think we had said we were going to start with lighting. And I would like to set a time limit on the lighting ones. So let's do lighting first, and let's set a half an hour for lighting. So I know that Andrew and CJ and perhaps others have looked at these. So if we have a recommendation and the recommendation is extremely obvious, let's just state that and then move on. If there's some discussion that needs to happen today, then let's have that as quickly as possible. Lisa.
Yeah, I wanted to just make a quick comment about the statement that was mentioned earlier about the public comment, the vote pro and against. And again, I don't know how that could be something that the tag would take into consideration because it's outside of what we have in front of us. But the only comment I did want to make about that is that the pros and against, we don't know if they're for the entire code, or if they're, for a portion of the code, or all that. And so I just wanted to get that information out there, because the public comment did come in, that wanted to know what we're going to do with that information.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. Larry. Hey, Larry, you're on mute.
I got the page numbers. It would help me immensely if I had a page number to go to when you speak, because there's so many here to process through. So if you guys could give us a page number so we could follow you better, would help. I think help most of us out quite a bit.
Okay, Krista's sharing her screen. Do you not see the screen, Larry?
Yeah, but I don't see the page number on the screen.
Okay. So I think we'll be in the testimony proposed mods tag Rex document. And I think what page number are we on, Krista?
This is page 1.
Okay, so this is the lighting pub comments, lighting response document.
In my document, it's page 16, the PDF that I have.
Yeah, that's the problem, is my page 1 is different than your page 1.
There are 2 documents. One is
I got it on page 16 on my document. I think what we're talking about.
no,
here.
what I'm saying, Larry, is that there are 2 different documents. One is all of the comments, and then there's a separate one that is specific to just lighting.
Well, I didn't get the lighting one apparently. Gosh. Because I just printed off what you had on the site.
Yeah, so it's on the site, Larry, it's on the site right now. If you go to the council site and go to the tag meeting energy code 412022, it is the second document that's down there.
Okay, I'll have to have my staff, because if I leave this, then I'll lose it. You see what I mean? The other thing that bothers me a little bit here is, I mean, normally I always get a heads up from an email that this meeting's going on. And the only way I got this was able to get to this, I had to go to your site. And that's probably why some of the people aren't involved here, and download that document that April 21st. Now I got the other one for the mechanical ventilation tag coming up, but there was never an email sent to me for this special commercial energy code. I happened to stumble across it because I've been watching what's going on. And so there's a lot of people, I'm sure, that don't even have a clue this is going on.
Are you signed up on the Building Code Council website for notices?
Yes, I am.
Okay, that's probably the email you received then.
No, the email, I didn't receive an email for this special commercial energy code tag meeting. I had to go online to the Washington State Building Code Council, click on meetings and agendas, because I knew things were happening fast, so I've been checking it almost every day. But normally I would get an email from you guys that would say that this meeting was coming up, and we never got an email. And so that's why a lot of people aren't here attending this, most likely. So
there are a lot of people here, but Stoyan, do you want to address that?
Yes, we discussed this with Larry before, and we can check who received the emails. I can check tomorrow. Well, tomorrow is I can check on Monday, but I think everybody that are on our list, they received the emails. So it's nothing is hidden. If you're on the email list, you will receive our emails.
I get all the others, but we didn't get this. We just re-verified and checked again, and we did not get this email. And then so the only way I could get back to this committee was to go on the state website, download the agenda, and then click on it. And that's how I got to it. So I'm just telling you what happened. So thank you. I know you're understaffed dramatically, and I'm sorry.
Well, it's not related to staff. It's an automatic system. So if you're in the list, you will receive the emails. There is not a person that will take you out or bring you in. It's just the email goes out and it goes to everybody.
Yeah, maybe check your junk mail, Larry. Some aggressive spam filters.
Yeah, we
how they
did.
get that.
We
Okay.
did check.
Stoyan, it is possible that this one didn't go out. I thought it had been sent out, but I'd have to go back and double check. It's possible it did not get sent out.
So this meeting is not being viewed by the people that probably should have got clarification. So anyway, I just bringing that up. So anyway.
I mean, certainly all the tag members got the notification and the reminder.
We can check that.
Okay.
And I believe commenters also got an email. Because I got an email that was addressed to several people, but that was just the people that had commented that issues were getting addressed.
Okay, thanks, Larry. Is that your?
Oh, let me get my hand down. I'm sorry.
Okay. Lisa, you have your hand up? And you're on mute.
I'm gonna take it down. Sorry.
Okay. Tim.
I had a question about kind of the public testimony again. I mean, it was mentioned that the public comments, I think this was Lisa, that you kind of didn't know where people stood, but I mean, people took a lot of time to write down their public testimony in great detail. So I just wanted to make sure the decision makers today had read all the public testimony, because that's important. And then there was a comment made, I think that, I mean, when the trade associations weigh in, they represent thousands of people. And so those comments, should be maybe have more weight on them when one trade association represents 8,000 companies or something along those lines. There should be some more weight to those comments, I think. And then I just want to make sure that folks that are making decisions today have read all the public testimony. There's been a lot of it, of course. So I understand people have, limited time, but I just want to make sure that was known, especially by Lisa, that it was kind of mentioned. She wasn't sure if the testimony had technical revisions or were outright opposed to the proposal. So, I just want to make sure that all the tag members have read that stuff.
Jill, may I comment a second?
Please, Krista.
Tim, I just want to clarify that this group is not making a decision today. The technical advisory group is looking at the specific language changes that were submitted as public testimony, and will be making a recommendation to the Mechanical Ventilation and Energy Codes Committee on whether those technical corrections should be made, not on any specific issue. And that will be up to the council at their April 22nd meeting.
Yeah, putting in context, the council has entrusted the MVE committee to review the public comments, and the MVE committee has then trusted the tag to review the technical content of the comments and responses, and send that back to the MVE and then back to the council. So my hope today is that we can focus on the technical issues, and the full council can debate the public comment for and against certain pieces of the code, but that we focus today on the technical responses, which are largely, clerical and editorial, and sometimes venture into more than that. But that's my hope today, and we have a lot of great brain power on the tag that's here today. So my hope is that we don't need to relitigate the major issues that this tag spent dozens and dozens of hours on earlier this year. That's my hope, but the tag can make any motions or recommendations that they want. Peter.
Yeah, I just wanted to second Larry's comments. I got here through the website. I did not receive an email for this particular meeting, although I do seem to receive emails for all the rest of them. So there was probably some sort of clerical error on that, and I'll just leave it at that. So thank you.
Okay. Larry, you still have your hand up. I'm going to call on.
Yeah, I got one more comment, if that's all right.
Let's go to Kevin first.
Thanks for the mute. So just a quick question of clarification. As I understand it, the comments made during testimony that we've been talking about are comments that are made to the council. Is that correct? Not to the tag, but rather to the council?
The council, I think, my understanding is the council decides on the code, and the comments are about the nature of the code, but also about the technical comments of the code, technical bits of the code. And the council makes the final decision on anything in the code. So yeah, I think one good way to look at it is the comments were made primarily to the council. The technical comments were referred down to the tag to review and provide recommendations to the council. So the council will decide the overall content of the code and will take into consideration the technical, editorial, and whatever comments, responses that the tag and MBE push back up to the council.
That makes sense. So that was my understanding as well. And the reason I ask is I certainly haven't read every bit of testimony. I didn't know that I needed to. I have read the technical comments that we're reviewing today. I believe that was the limit of my responsibility. So I just want to make sure I'm acting in accordance with expectations.
I honestly don't expect every tag member to have read the entire thousands of public comments that we received on this. That would be a lot of work.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay. Chris Burrows.
Hey, Joe. I first just want to check to make sure you can hear me. I understood that I was actually building muted when I was saying I was here earlier. And then, awesome. And then second, yeah, I just wanted to second what Kevin just said about focusing the comments on the technical issues that we have today.
Okay. Thanks, Chris. Eric Vandermeer.
Yeah, I guess just follow up on that. My understanding is that there was no direction from the council to review, for this tag to review all the comments. So the purview of this meeting is only technical, is my understanding as a bystander, observing this process. So since there's no specific directive from the council to reviewing that does not need to be reviewed by all the tag members at this point.
Thanks, Eric. Lisa.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate to respond to the gentleman earlier that was the point of my question. What is the basis that we're looking at this information today? And it sounds like the clarification has been helpful, that we are looking at this really from a technical perspective. We're going to be evaluating it based on percentage of votes, yay and nay. That's not the responsibility of the tag. So that's why I brought it up.
Thanks, Lisa. Larry.
Yeah, I want to speak to the gentleman that talked about all the comments and the numbers of them. But one of the letters that we've had posted that hasn't been posted yet is the letter from the Eastern Washington Catholic bishops, who represents more than 100,000 Catholics in this area, about how the expense of this whole CR 102 is. And I haven't seen that letter posted yet. And I think that's really hitting to the heart of the matter. And I also talked to indirectly to the sheriff the other day about this. Was mentioned to me about the jails that haven't even been thought about here in this proposal, about how they're all steam heated, and there's nothing to address the jails in any of these proposals, and what the cost would be to retrofit some of these jails to do what you're wanting. And I think that's just an overall lack of understanding of what really goes on out here in the heating and air conditioning business from these proposals. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Let's get down to business. Okay, lighting. Let's talk about lighting here. So Krista has on her screen, CJ.
Thanks, Joe. I think I can try to help speed us up by helping to narrate some of our recommendations that we've reviewed.
That'd be great.
If that would be useful.
Yeah.
And I can just start at the top. And Andrew, please feel free to chip in if you feel it helpful. Also, Andrew and I met directly, and Mike Kennedy was part of our conversation so that we could quickly understand some of the comments that he had as well, since a lot of these are going to be coming from him. I will say that the top two here relate to the same item, C405.3. The second one, they both say basically the same thing, that there is a desire to clarify a measurement where the actual efficacy is measured from. And based on this clarification, we felt this was in accordance with how the tag should in fact respond to this. This is simply a clarification for where the actual level should in fact be measured, in which case we think that this one should not need additional review by the tag, but we should simply adopt this second item here that we see on the screen. And I don't know if we need to should I just keep going, or what the process should be for this?
I think if it's not one of the green ones, so are there green ones on this?
We didn't color code the way you did. We simply did it either with either number 2 clarification, number 3 tag review, because the
okay, yeah. Let's focus on the ones where we think tag review is necessary. If I don't know if you were or not, but let's focus on those.
Great. And then the next case then, so that would end up skipping those specific C405.3 items, although I do see that maybe somebody might have a comment about this. So should we pause for Sean?
Sean.
Good morning. Thank you. Sean Dennison from New Buildings Institute. So we're the original proponent for this one. And we agree that clarification is needed, but we think the suggested clarification doesn't clarify enough, if that makes sense, because it addresses the issue that they're specifically concerned about, which is high pressure sodium lamps being used for this, but it doesn't clarify what you do when the lamp isn't integrated. So we sent language to Krista that goes, that basically aligns this language with what was done in 90.1. And it's just clear, it's either at the lamp, if the lamp is removable, or at the luminaire, if the lamp is not removable. So that creates consistency with other standards and creates greater clarity than what has been suggested here. So we just suggest going forward with that.
So this is a markup to the language that we saw on the screen a minute ago.
Mm-hmm.
That's really small. Could you maybe make it bigger?
Or can you copy that into the green Word doc, or if that's appropriate, so that we see what the resulting language would be. Dwayne.
Yes, I'd also had the same concern that the first edit we saw there did not fully solve the problem.
Okay. CJ, what do you think about it?
Being that when we were asked to review this, we only had the language that we were looking at in this list. We have not had the chance to take a look at what the information is that's just been posted. But in terms of it needing to be something that required greater clarification, we thought it was acceptable to move forward with what had been suggested simply because it would be something that could be addressed at a future tag review.
Okay.
But I can't, I mean, if we need to take a closer look at this, Andrew and I can certainly look at this more closely and then get back. I don't want to hold things up.
Okay, I appreciate that. I would suggest that we look at this and then there's agreed upon language for the MVE committee to review when we get together next week.
I do want to point out that the Washington language has a 10 kW exception, and this language on the screen is a 40 kW exception.
Okay. Sean, did you add the 40?
From the original proposal.
That was in the proposal?
Mm-hmm. So only the red is different from the original proposal.
Right. But I believe in the tag process, that 40 came down to 10. I don't know, we can look at the document, but it's something to check.
Okay, Krista, can you check the CR 102 and what it said about the 40 versus 10?
I may have pulled my language from the pre-modified, and so I apologize. It was not my intent to change that to 40 if the tag had changed it to 10. And I'm sorry that this slowed things down.
And by the way, Chell, this is our only tag meeting, right? We don't have the option of kicking the can down the road on these things. We have to decide now.
We don't really. So we could kick the can to the MVE committee, but I don't want to do that a whole lot. Like, in other words, if there was better language that we thought was reasonably arrived at before next week in the MVE, then I think we could do that, but I don't want to do that a whole lot.
You could just take the exception out of the modification language, and then it's just not addressing it, and whatever the tag did just stays.
That sounds good. Okay, so the CR 102 did say 10 kW, Krista?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, Dwayne.
So is this an appropriate place to make a motion?
I guess how you can always make a motion, Dwayne, you're a tag member. I would suggest that we get through all the lighting ones and with general consent, and then we vote on the whole thing.
Well, but this is, right now we have an issue in front of us and we'd have it, and it's very specific.
Yep.
Okay. And we have to redo it. I mean, I move that we accept the modification shown in red here in lieu of the one we originally saw.
There's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
I will second.
A motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Okay, all in favor of recommending this to the MVE committee, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, all right, tag recommended that this be integrated into the code, proposed code. Okay, next one, CJ or Sean or whomever.
Okay, if I just continue my description, the next one from Amanda with rushing was actually requesting 2 separate items. And we felt that the first one was in fact an edit to what the tag had proposed. And we did not want to make any comments on things that were actually changing what the tag had previously reviewed. So we did not want to actually move forward with making a change to CR 102 by the comment that she has for section C405.5.1. However, the comment that she had for C405.2.8.3 was a clarification that seemed to make a lot of sense for us. It is really truly only deleting the words from high output in the comment about high-end trim that you see below. So the reason why this is listed as tag review is because we simply wanted to make sure that everybody on the tag agreed that this was a two-part request. So we were just separating it.
Okay, so striking the word from full output.
Correct.
Okay, further discussion on, I mean, we don't have a motion, but anybody have any more comments on this one? Dwayne?
Yeah, CJ, do you think that that suggestion for the 5.1 is good, that that it would resolve some potential confusion?
I think that it actually would in fact be an edit to what had previously been assessed. And honestly, we didn't see that as being something that we wanted to open up again, to the point of what Kel had suggested. We didn't want to go back into trying to relitigate things.
Is there further comment on this? Amanda's public comments in the response. Okay, let's move to McKennedy's.
So the very first one, oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So the very first one is something that Krista, I think I had asked to see the CCP log for this. It does look like this is a matter of, frankly, the possibility of it being a typo. But at the same time, there were a number of very specific small footnotes that were commented on as part of the table. So in the process of looking at if this was in fact a typo or if this was something intentional, it appeared that there were differences in what we thought that the code change proposal had approved to what we see in the exact code. And just as a side note, I would say that the most of the rest of the items on this entire lighting list here are pretty easy to cover. This is the beefiest one. So we could come back to this for the sake of time and just get through most of the rest of this. Because I do think that in order to really truly dig into this one specific item, we should take a look at the CCP log.
Okay, why don't, who has the CCP, the code change proposal log? Krista, you probably have that. Yeah, I think that's a decent recommendation. Why don't we go through the rest of these, and anything that says tag review, let's quickly, well, thoughtfully and quickly go through it, and then we'll come back to this one. I think that's a good recommendation.
Great. Next one is a clarification that just really explains building facades, and it looks like it's an error that was in the title, so I don't think we need to discuss that. The one after this is a three-parter, which is the reason why it's listed as tag review, just because again we put tag review for anything that was maybe just not a simple fine statement, but perhaps these in fact all three we think, well, the top one is a typo. The middle one is a suggestion to make a change that we decided was not something that we could easily comment on and just needed to be reviewed at the next code cycle. And the three was a clarification that didn't change the intent of what was being recommended here. Mike, would you like to make any comments about that? Does that make sense? Oh, this is what we reviewed together.
Yeah, I think you summarized it well.
Great. The next one, we believed, even though it was something that perhaps it looked like it was an actual change to what the code was indicating and was more than a clarification, so there would be no action at this point in time. relative to time switch controls. The next one is a side lit, daylight zone issue. So we reviewed the fact that the IACC in fact did correct this in their errata, which Mike shared with us. And there is a diagram in the errata, which I would just like to, would it be possible for me to share my screen so I can just share this with the tag? Because I do think this is something people need to see.
Go for it.
Okay. So the difference that we're talking about here has to do with the way that you calculate daylight zones. And Mike, from an architectural perspective, Mike Fowler, you'll probably want to make sure that this is something that you guys see too. Basically, the IACC used to have, this graphic is terrible. The IACC used to have a 2-foot setback along the sides of the window that you had to assess your lighting control zones. The way that the IACC has changed the language, which was in fact picked up in the Washington State Code, was to change the language to update it to match the IACC, where we in fact did say that the side setbacks would be 0.5 times the height of the window instead of the 2-foot setback. However, the figure that's contained in C1R2, anyway, it's in here. It's the figure that we see here still references a 2-foot setback. Yeah, here it is. It still references a 2-foot setback. So this just needs to be changed to match what the IACC has. And so I would suggest we get a copy of the high resolution one that the IACC has to put in and change it to the 0.5 times height in order to make the code consistent.
With the diagram.
Yes.
There was a second change there, that the text for the secondary zone also did not use the 0.5 times H language. So that was a second part of the comment.
Okay. Krista, do you want to share your screen again? And Lisa.
Yeah, I have a question about this particular one. And I understand we're trying to align with the IACC wherever it seems appropriate. Is this a change in stringency at all?
Yes.
So the Washington State Code is less stringent than the IACC language.
It's hard to define this as stringent so much as it is influences the number of control zones that you might have in a space.
Okay, thank you.
Also, there's an internal inconsistency because in one place, Washington does use 0.5 times the window height. And so it's a matter of making this consistent within what we've adopted.
Okay, I mean, it sounds reasonable to me that we're trying to make it more consistent.
I will say that this was something that Andrew and I deliberated on, and in fact, were not comfortable with when we first took a look at this item. However, in the spirit of matching the IACC, we felt that this was in keeping with the original intent of just trying to have the Washington State Code match the IACC to the greatest extent possible.
Okay. So the recommendation is to update it to 0.5 times the head height consistently instead of going to 2 feet, which is probably less stringent because window head heights are rarely less than 2 feet.
Yeah.
Rarely less than 4 feet.
Correct.
Okay. Are there further comments on this, Lisa?
I'll take my hand down, thank you.
Okay. No further comments on this, so let's move on to the next one that says tag review.
Yes, the next couple have to do with comments that really seem to be items that would be changing the code as it had been deliberated on, in which case we thought that it was something that could be looked at the next code cycle, but not now. The clarification described in C 405.4.1 relative to plant growth simply was clarifying the text to then loop it back around to C 405.3. This is, this was actually not maybe a tag review. This is probably a clarification. The next one for occupancy sensor control function, again, was a change that we felt would require deliberation, that as opposed to it being a clarification. The next one was in fact C405 occupancy sensor control function in warehouse. We were suggesting to agree with the edit, and Mike or Andrew, I don't remember how this if this was in fact just purely a clarification or if it was an intent massage. I don't think it was. Anybody have any?
This is a clarification.
Okay.
The language in the 102 document actually doesn't make sense.
Okay.
So it was rewritten to have it make sense and be the intent.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Go ahead and scroll down. These are these are clarifications and no actions. So
yes, however, the next one down, apparently this looks like it's potentially missing. And Krista, we wanted to bring this one to your attention. There should be a CCP log where there was the word temporarily that should have been added in, and we didn't see it, and this wasn't seen in CR 102. So we just want to double check that that actually is inserted. So this is a clarification for that, but in case it's not clear. Next one down was adding the word specific. This in fact did make sense relative to what we were seeing due to the light reduction controls. The next one down is suggested to be not acted upon. Moving down to additional lighting controls. This is a two-parter as well. The top one is indicating a clarification where the word specific application, this again basically matches the prior statement that's a few chart sections up. And then the second one is in fact also a strike through of the word in addition. We don't think that this one should be acted upon. So this is only listed as tag review because it's a two-parter. We're agreeing with the first statement, the first change, and denying the second change.
okay. The second change being in addition to controls required by other sections.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
The next one down relative to parking garage lighting control. We want to see the master log relative to this one. So this would be one to take a look at. Andrew or Michael, do you have any comments about this one?
I did look it up as best I could, and I found a file for GP 127 that did have the 50 and 10. So I think this is something that just got missed, but there might be some other change that happened. I don't know. Okay,
would this increase stringencies or decrease stringency from the CR 102 if we went to 50 and 10?
I guess I'd say it would increase energy savings.
If we moved it to 50 and 10 instead of what the CR 102 has at 30 and 20?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And would it have an impact on cost, first cost?
Don't think so.
Because
I don't believe so either.
Okay.
It's the same control.
It's the programming, just the way you program it, the control.
The 30% was chosen originally because of garages were often metal halide lighting, and now with LED lighting, the 50% is easy.
Okay, so if it doesn't have a first cost impact and it does have an energy savings, it sounds like that's not really a substantial change. So, and this, it was in the original proposal, so that seems reasonable to me, I guess.
So just as a matter of bookkeeping on this, what we're doing here, are we going to indicate in the language there, or does Krista just know what the actual language change is going to be?
I think we should write down after, revise to original proposal language, or tag recommends revising to original proposal language. That sounds good. Okay. Let's scroll down to anything else that says tag review. Okay, let's go back up to the one that CJ highlighted earlier as requiring more discussion. And as always, please raise your hand if you have comments on any of this. But let's, CJ, do you want to give an introduction to this larger one?
I can try. Okay, we wanted to see the actual CCP log that picked up the edits, because it appeared that what was being inserted into the LPD table relative to footnotes didn't necessarily match what had been marked up. So for example, that comment footnote doesn't go to anything right there. It looks like the current CR 102 still has a footnote next to it. So that should be edited.
Yeah, that sounds clerical to me.
Yeah, so some of these are clerical. However, the item that is specific relative to what was put into the public comments just brought that to light because, well, Andrew and I hadn't double checked that the version had not picked up what has been proposed in the CCP log. So his comment was actually specifically related to the fact that the entire table now shows a footnote 1 at the top, whereas footnote 1 was purely suggested for specific space types as part of the CCP. Between you and me and the flagpole, I would love it if the whole table could get the footnote I, N was turned to I for the entire table, but I think Dwayne would have my head. So I think that it makes sense to eliminate the I at the top as Mike is discussing in his public comment. However, it did shed some light on the fact that it looked like there were a bunch of other typos and clerical errors. The other thing that was not clear to us was that the actual language of the footnotes, it looks like it doesn't match what the CCP had indicated. So if you scroll down on this document to the footnote language, yeah, so the ones that are listed for, say, footnote N, at least in the prior code, it didn't have all of the language that is stated here. So for example, trying to bring up too many screens at once. The prior language said,
CJ, I'm trying to figure out where we're going with this and what decisions that TAG should be making today. You brought up an issue about footnote I or footnote 1 that appears to apply to everything and probably should be changed. That's one area of discussion. And the second area of discussion, is it about something not making it into the CR 102 or?
Correct. Or there appears to have been a change into CR 102 that doesn't match what our recollection of the approved CCP was. So we were wanting to confirm if there was some reason why that there was additional language that was added, or if yeah, we just didn't understand why the additional language was put into CR 102 because it didn't match what our last recollection was of the process.
Okay.
My memory is those last two sentences were added in the tag process.
Except that they aren't part of the approved CCP. And so that's why we were wanting to simply see the CCP log. So for example, the prior code for the item that is listed as item N here, additional power allowance. Sorry,
Okay, so this tag previously approved these last two sentences. They didn't make it into the CR 102. And the question is about whether we recommend including these two sentences in the rulemaking. Is that the question?
It's actually a little bit different from that. It's very close to what you just said. Basically, there is some language that is written here that is not in what we last saw as being the proposed CCP that was approved.
The CCP being the CR 102?
No, the code change proposal, which was
code change.
approved.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
So the code change proposal, even in the last revised version of the tag looked at, did not have these last two sentences.
It was a little different. So what I'm looking at, a little bit different, yeah.
Okay, and in what way was it different?
Can you go back to the language that you have on your screen? Or the one that was there? So let's see. It said additional lighting power allowance of 0.15. It changed from 0.3 to 0.15 watts per square foot from ornamental lighting. Qualifying ornamental lighting includes luminaires that are specifically used in a decorative manner that does not serve as display lighting or general lighting. And then it was lighting shall be installed in addition to and controlled separately from general lighting, but then it didn't have in accordance with section C 405.2.6. So that portion of the sentence after general lighting is not what we had in our records.
Okay, and is it substantially different? I mean, is it noticeably different from the design or other perspectives?
Well, it may have some impacts on the way that you calculate the form, the actual Washington State Code form. And I see Lisa has her hand up, and maybe maybe this needed to be added in order to make the code forms work, is my guess.
Lisa.
Yeah, I'll jump in on this one. Actually, what would be really helpful, is it possible to have what's in the CR 102, put that up on the screen and then put what the tag approved? You know, because this was a particular detail that the tag did deliberate on quite extensively, just so that we can see side by side, like what is different, like what are we sorting out here?
Yeah, sorry, Kel, this is really fussy, but this is the last one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm glad that they caught this. Let's see.
The thanks could be given to Mike Kennedy on that.
Yeah, for catching this stuff. It's hard to pick these details up. So
Well, I didn't catch that N was different.
let's see.
Well, N is I.
Yeah, N is
Right.
I. So yeah, so we deliberated on the 0.15, so that's been captured here. What are specifically using? Sorry, I'm just reading them quickly side by side.
So they both include in accordance with section C 405.2.6.
This
So
language does, however, that's not what I saw in the prior CCP that was put forth.
oh, so you're saying that what we're seeing on the screen here was this, like what was the final language that was voted and approved? I don't know if that's what we're looking at. I see, so that.
Well, This one does say it's from the 20th rather than the 27th when additional changes were made. Let me see if I can find that specific meeting.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around what Mike and CJ have observed here as how the language changed.
Well, the big change is the application of footnote I to the whole table or not.
Right, I get that.
And that might be a version. There were a lot of versions going around of this.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard call that. Okay.
Okay, so the question is, we have some language from the 820 agreed upon version, and that made it into the CR 102. It's possible that that was updated on the 27th of September, and that revision didn't make it into the CR 102. Is that kind of where we're at?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So like there were some things that are pointed out in this that didn't make it in. So we wanted to make sure that.
Yeah.
And the footnote might have come back in at the top of the table in that 27th file too. We don't know.
I see.
No,
That would have been-
that's probably my mistake, I'm thinking.
Yeah. So the one we're looking at now, Chris, is that from the 27th?
This is from the 27th, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I have a revision 3 document that I thought was the final one, not a revision 2. So even the one you're looking at right there is not the latest.
This one is dated 8/27/2021 at 3:19 p.m.
Okay, it doesn't match mine. So
This additional power.
Krista, I'll just send you the last one that I had which was from 8/20. So perhaps you took the one I had and then resaved it, but.
CJ, what is the detail that is, I'm just trying to remember, obviously it's been a while. What's the detail that's different that we're.
So if you look on this page, it's up right here, you see, so this document is probably the accurate one. It just has a different title. If you look at this document, it says lighting shall be installed in addition to the general lighting. And then it stops right there. And there's no additional language after that point.
Oh.
And for some reason, there's additional language in the code that's shown up now that is calling out for this additional power shall be used only for the specified luminaires, and it shall not be added to any other space or the interior power allowance. And the reason why this matters is based on just how you use the form.
Yeah.
So CJ, I think this is some research that needs to be done outside of the tag. I think we just can't spend the amount of time it would take to research why this didn't in there. So I highly recommend that you and Krista and Lisa and whomever else is interested.
Yeah.
Well, and the language on the screen now is definitely the language approved by the tag on the 27th.
This is my memory as well, is that we did intentionally put those sentences at the end there to pin down what did or did not qualify for this footnote.
Yeah, so that's why I'm trying to understand what the discrepancy is, because what I'm seeing on the screen is what I recall. So that's why I'm just making sure, trying to understand what we think might be incorrect.
So in order to move forward, I'd suggest we recommend maintaining the CR 102 language, which aligns with what is on the screen now, which is Krista's last version of this. And then if CJ, you find a different document that you think is what the tag approved, then you and Krista talk about that and come to the MVE committee with a recommended revision. Is that acceptable?
That's totally acceptable. Krista, can I just ask that you email me your version of this document that we're looking at right now?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Okay, and then how about the footnote I or footnote 1 issue? Is that the same issue or is that a different issue?
Yeah, that's different.
Okay, let's talk about that then.
We definitely did not intend for that to apply to every space in the whole building.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Okay. if we all generally agree that we did not intend that to, then would it be, if we remove footnote I from the common space by space types header, is that something that will increase construction costs if we remove I? Or noticeably so?
No, it won't. It won't change construction costs at all.
I'll jump in on this one too and say that if it's left as is, correct me if I'm wrong, this would be a rollback in stringency from the prior code.
Correct.
Okay, if it's not increasing construction costs and it's a rollback, then it seems like a legitimate typo. So I guess I'm agreeing that it should be different. Do we know what it should be? If it should be different than what's in the CR 102?
Well, you'll notice that audience seating area has an I on it as well. We had gone through and assigned I to specific categories. And so the idea was that's the alternate. And this table has both, right? It has the I's on the individual categories, but it also has I everywhere.
Okay, so we basically just remove I in the header. And then since it's already picked up in many of the categories, that would be the way I is implemented.
Yeah, that was a final vote as I recall.
What does the Rev 2 code change proposal have?
That agrees with the code change proposal. There's no I in the header.
Okay. Okay, so I guess I'll just, yeah, it seems obvious that this is a typo, not what the tag approved earlier in the CR 102. And if it doesn't increase construction costs and it is an energy savings, then it seems like the direction forward that people are agreeing on is to remove I in the header.
It does look like there are still a couple other typos that are in the chart. Hence for example, the fire stations.
And I will go through and clean those up.
Great, thank you.
Okay, does that generally cover the lighting proposals? If so, then I would like to entertain a motion to just suggest that we integrate these as tag recommendations into the proposed code language as we recommended to the MDE.
And Chell, would that include the miscellaneous footnote corrections that CJ and others picked up?
They include everything in this document where it says clarification, no action, all that stuff. Does that answer your question, Brian?
Sure. So can you restate what our motion should be?
The motion would be to accept, and I'm not making a motion, I am just asking if anyone is so moved, would be to accept the recommendations in this document. So where it says, if no action by tag, adopt suggested edit, lighting power allowance for that we would recommend all of the things in this document to the MDE committee to then recommend to the full council.
So moved.
I have a question before we make this vote.
Okay, we need a second or not for the motion before we do that. Is there a second for Dwayne's motion?
Yes, second.
Okay, we have a second. Now, further discussion, Lisa.
Yeah, so I do have a question about some of the line items in the list that are labeled as no action. I got scroll up to table C405.4.2 item 1. Let's see where Mike had noted, I think it was Mike's change, where the term multiple family was listed here. I'm just curious on, for these types of details that were caught, like how did that decision come about to state that we believe we're going to say no action? Like this clarification isn't needed.
So people on the tag have looked at these and recommended no action, but we can discuss any of these if you think they are, if your suggestion would be different than no action pertains to CR 102.
In this case, Lisa, when we were going through them, I said this could be a no action because it just seemed like multiple family didn't seem that important. I don't know why. I think that's coming from the IECC. And then the footnotes, it's a lot of research to figure out whether we even need those footnotes anymore. And I guess if we were in this particular go through of these, we were deferring to the CR 102 as being the vetted language, but we could revisit this one.
I was just asking, I pointed it out just as an example, just for clarification on how the decision to not proceed with your recommended changes, how that came about. So that was all I was asking about.
Okay, if you have a different recommendation, we can talk about it.
Okay.
Okay,
I
so
don't.
we have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion on the motion to? It's been stated. The motion's been stated. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we're done with the lighting section on this. We are on to the rest of it, which includes lots and lots of other things. Okay. I guess we'll just start with Mike Moore and go down from there. Thank you for your diligence. People who review the lighting stuff in advance to prepare recommendations. It's great to have all of that prepared and all that research. Okay, so the first one that's green on this list for the green tag review is very top, Mike Moore. And this, if no action by tag retain as is in CR 102 and do not accept the change. Is there anyone who wants to talk about this one and suggest anything other than retain CR 102 language?
Yeah, Chell, I'll just say a couple of things about this one. So just for orientation, this is a new definition in C202 that I think, Lisa, was part of one of your proposals. And I think obviously it's an important definition. And so if we were going to change it, just wanted to have tag input on that. That's one comment. The other comment is in the dedicated outdoor air system section. So C403.3.5, where it describes what a DOAS is. It does kind of use language similar to what this comment is suggesting. So if somebody in this group has done research on this and has a strong opinion, I think it certainly could be considered as viable language. Again, it's just kind of a fundamental item and didn't want to, I think as CJ was alluding to, if doubt, rely on what was already vetted and approved in the CR 102. So that is all as background there.
Thanks, Caroline. If it's not broke, let's not fix it. Mike.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me today, everybody, and allowing me a chance to talk, considering the proposal as well. So this, I thought, was just a less confining definition that could include other systems that are used in multifamily, especially dwelling units where like an HURV or a supply fan could be ducted to the return trunk or supply trunk of a space conditioning air handling unit. And I did go over this language with a proponent of a proposal who brought the same language to the IECC in this cycle, the 2024 cycle. And this language was acceptable to them, and it's moving forward through the IECC process right now. I believe it's out of subcommittee, and maybe it's even been approved by the consensus committee. I'd have to check on that. But what you see in front of you with the proposed changes is what's moving forward in the IECC for the 2024 edition. So this would make you guys aligned in that regard without IECC having a current definition. Just wanted to share that.
Thanks, Mike. Would this have any change on what is considered a DOAS system?
Well, right now there's no definition for DOAS, so it's up to interpretation. But this would be a less narrow definition that would ensure that if you do have a 100% outdoor air system that's primarily for the purpose of ventilation, that can be counted as a DOAS if it's connected to another, can include to be counted as a DOAS, let's say, if it's connected to another space conditioning system's ductwork. What we're really getting at here with DOAS is that you shouldn't rely on a space conditioning system fan to bring in that outdoor air. And these systems can operate separate from the fan despite sharing the same ductwork. So that's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, I guess from a changing the code a whole lot, would this allow more systems to be considered DOAS that are currently not considered DOAS per this definition? Because there is a definition in the CR 102, and this is a modification of that definition. So it is defined in the process. Would this allow different systems that are not currently considered DOAS to be considered DOAS? And if so,
yes, it would in that case. So for example, the systems that I just gave an example of would not be considered DOAS because they're connected, to my understanding, they're connected to the ductwork of a space conditioning system. So they're part of that system. And I think the intent of the definition, though, is to ensure just that space conditioning system fan isn't working. So in this case, it would be more of a clarification.
Okay. Thank you. Kevin?
Yeah, I'm just referencing, of all things, the 2020 Minnesota Energy Code. And they have a definition of DOAS units that includes the language outdoor air, in this case, 100% outdoor air in our definition, but that it's delivered directly or indirectly to the conditioned spaces. And I'd suggest that this change before us would fit that, would allow the indirectly and directly, whereas a separate system, to me, sounds like a directly delivered air system. Just another feather in the foil there.
Okay. Caroline, do you have any additional thoughts? Eric, what? Saw your hand go up.
Yeah, I guess we have to be kind of careful here. You know, the DOAS sections of the code, that is a specific section that's required. The primary means is, like you're saying, directly delivered, independent of the conditioning systems, but there are also exceptions within that allow in-series delivery when you have low fan energy. So there are multiple exceptions there. So right now we already kind of have a mixed bag in the DOAS section. That section of the code is separate from the requirement for residential ERV ventilation. And then when you get to C406, obviously you get credits for doing it in parallel, directly supplying to the system. So yeah, there is quite a bit of code sections to correlate with. I don't know if we're perfectly correlated right now, but yeah, definitely the code needs work here, it looks like. So
You're saying if we made this change, the code would need one more thorough review of how this affects all those exceptions and things?
Well, I mean, if I'm reading on the screen link correctly, it currently says outdoor air is primarily for the purpose of ventilation and is separate from the zone space conditioning system. So that's essentially saying the same thing as without requiring the operation of a space conditioning system. Anyways, but so this definition, we do allow it in series based on the exceptions within DOAS. So.
So you're, I guess I'm
I'm
struggling.
saying our definition currently doesn't work with this. I mean, how we applied the DOAS system doesn't currently work with some of the exceptions within the DOAS section.
Okay, so you're saying
And this wouldn't fix it. So
this would fix it?
would not, no.
Would not fix it. So it's broken, but this wouldn't fix it.
Correct.
Okay. Thanks. Dwayne?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that we require DOAS only for a limited subset of space types, which in the example that's given here as in the rationale is for serving individual dwelling units, but that's not one of our space types that requires it, right? So I'm
correct.
thinking
That
this
is correct,
not,
William, but you would get rewarded for it in C406, I believe, by doing it in parallel. So anyways, you can make a ventilation system for residences a DOAS system and comply with the DOAS section, correct? But you're not required to.
Okay. Larry?
I think it gives a more options. And I think that's important to a mechanical contractor or a mechanical engineer. The more options you have to pull with, maybe we need to do a little overhaul in the section. But the idea is to efficiently get fresh air into the building and exhaust it out as most efficiently as we can. And I think this is one way of doing it. I don't think we should stop people from doing it. Okay, I think we should encourage it.
So you're in support of the language on the screen, the revised language?
I think, yeah, I'm in support of it, but I think we also need to do some more tweaking, like Eric says. But at least this gets us going in the right direction.
Okay, thanks, Larry. Andy?
Yeah, following up on Eric's comment about this functionally does the same thing, I did want to just point out that so separate system from the zone space conditioning system, we did add a definition for system that says it's a combination of equipment and auxiliary devices, controls, accessories, interconnecting means, and terminal elements. So I think that this does broaden to allow shared ductwork, as Mike was saying. So I did want to just point out that I think that system definition is new for this code cycle. So there is a slight difference in this revised language versus the base, besides just kind of the intent.
So Andy, you're saying that this is not needed or is helpful?
I mean, I think in general, it's providing more flexibility, but I agree with Eric's comments that we need to understand if it could impact other sections of the code. But I just wanted to point out that it does change the systems that would be allowed in terms of, we've defined system, and it does imply ductwork and other components of the system, not just separate space conditioning system. I think that would be a more stringent definition, what was in the CR 102 versus this proposed change.
Okay, thanks, Andy. Henry?
I agree with Eric and Andy. It seems like this has a rippling effect. The original intent of the DOAS was to have a completely separate system than the space conditioning system. And per Larry's comment, if this opens up all sorts of ways to water down the purpose of a DOAS system, I think this would be a go backwards in the stringency of the code. And so I think this takes more deliberations and more thought than what maybe we're prepared to do today. Thanks.
Okay, Mike.
Thank you. I just want to respond to that last comment, and that the intent here isn't to reduce the stringency of the code. You're still getting a dedicated system that's providing 100% outdoor air, and you're not using additional fan energy to provide it. What you're doing is just piggybacking off existing ductwork so that you can reduce first costs for the system and make the system more accessible to the end user who's got to foot the cost for it. By reducing the first cost associated, you can actually show more cost effectiveness in terms of energy savings related as a ratio of first costs. And you could perhaps expand requirements in the future for these energy efficient systems. So that was my intention here. Thanks.
Okay, great. Mike Bernick.
Yeah, I support this clarification here. This is actually something that Hargis we've been doing on quite a few projects where we're combining that DOAS ductwork downstream of the heating and cooling unit for the exact reasons Mike mentioned, to save on ductwork and diffuser costs. And there's really no energy penalty associated with doing this. So I'm in support of this.
Okay. Mike Rosenberg.
Yeah, I hate to me too, but I was just going to say the same thing the last two commenters said. I see no energy penalty at all and only a reduction in first cost for just reusing the ductwork and the diffusers. Can't understand why we wouldn't allow this or make this change.
Okay. The location of where this is introduced is not defined here. This could be upstream of zone coils, which could have effects on control of the coils or the heating and cooling equipment.
So Henry, you're saying that this could be an energy penalty if it's upstream of the coils or something?
Yeah, if you have a duct heater set to a delivery temperature and you're delivering DOAS upstream of that, then that is a zone piece of equipment that's being impacted by the outdoor air.
Kevin.
I have alternative language that I'll propose here from the ASHRAE book, Design Guide for Dedicated Outdoor Air Systems. I was unable to put this in the chat. I can only send that to you, Shell, but
okay,
I could possibly put it on my screen.
Okay, I guess.
But that's just I'm not saying I'm going to do that. I'm just opening the door. It's very simple. It's 2 sentences.
Did you send it to?
Oh, I haven't put it in the chat yet. I was just wondering how best to present this.
Yeah, but you can put it in the chat to Krista.
Okay, great.
And then she can do that. I guess I'm trying to figure out, you know, there's different language, but basically this has a stringency or a systems allowed change in it that would be noticeable from what I've heard from others. And so the question is, in my mind, is can we either accept or reject this language today? And if we accept it, do we need to do additional research on other code sections that might be affected by this? And so then if we accept something like this, or some language, even from Kevin's perhaps, does that mean we could accept that today, but we would need to do homework to come back to the MDE with other sections that might need to have downstream effects? And the challenge is once we do that, we might find that this is more complicated than simply changing this language and simply changing a few supporting pieces of language elsewhere. I guess that was what I got out of Eric's comment and some other commenters. Mike, I guess, have you thoroughly looked at how this would change any other exceptions or any other requirements through C406 and other sections of the code?
No, I haven't done a comprehensive review of that. I've had a focus on residential systems primarily here, and there could be some commercial systems considerations that should be taken into account.
Okay, let's have a few more comments, and then I'd like to kind of get an indication from people on whether they think if this is good, or this is it, whether they think this is good, and if so, do we need to investigate further effects of making this change? So David, go ahead.
Yeah, I definitely agree that further research, because there's a pretty clear provision in the DOAS section that says it's supposed to be decoupled with the exceptions, with a few exceptions, as Eric noted. So that section would at minimum have to be revisited. And then even if there's not an energy difference here, is there a compromise on indoor air quality and delivery of that ventilation air in the configuration that this allows? Are there ways to ensure that we don't compromise the ventilation effectiveness of the system?
Okay. Larry?
I mean, Ecotopes said about the extra energy. You're going to have extra energy any way you do it, and whether it's introduced into the room or into the duct, you still got the same energy demand. Okay, you're going to have the energy for the room, and the room has to have the fresh air. So one way or the other, you're going to have energy going in there. And I would hope that the main system would be the most efficient.
So if I may, there's internal loads, Larry. So if you introduce air directly to the room and the loads actually pick up and pre-warm that air before your space conditioning system heats it up, that saves an immense amount of energy than sending straight outdoor air through a heating coil. And that is one of the main focuses of this entire proposal. So that is a false statement. Thank you.
I don't believe that, because energy's energy, whether it's escaping or coming in, and you're going to have the same energy ridiculous. You have to bring that energy up from the outside temperature. And if you just mathematically work it out, you're going to see this. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I hope everybody's looking at their screen and looking at the Kevin's language and reading it while we hear from Mike Bernick.
Yeah, sorry, I just noticed that section C403353, that's the decoupled DOAS supplier section. I mean, that already states that the DOAS can be delivered directly to the occupied space or downstream of the terminal heating and or cooling coils. So are we already covered with that section?
Anyone want to weigh in on that one?
Well, I guess just to chime in there, yeah, Mike is absolutely right. And then there's exceptions there that allow you to have, as Eric and others were saying, your DOAS in series if you meet one of the 3 exceptions. So I guess it just, those sections kind of further refine the C202 definition, potentially making what we decide on for C202, presumably those specific sections kind of override that in a sense because they are more specific. And yeah, there's just, as multiple people have said, multiple sections that address this issue a little bit differently. That doesn't.
It sounds like we need 2 definitions, one for DOAS in parallel and one for DOAS in series or something.
I guess from a functional perspective, what I'm hearing is that we do allow the intent of this modification in red here within the code already. And so the definition might be incongruous with how we actually apply it in the code, in the rest of the code. Is that correct? So could we just add to the definition something that says, with exceptions as seen in section blah, 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 and then not change the definition other than that?
Yeah, there's a section called decoupled DOAS supplier. So I mean, that's the section, that's the name of the section. So
I guess I don't want to unravel the code by making a change and then having to trace it through the rest of the pieces of it. It sounds like there is a challenge in the code. We can handle it in opinion at the council level later, or we can handle it now. But I don't necessarily want to write code language right now. If we simply added to the DOAS definition that, complying with all the exceptions or allowing the exceptions, would that solve the problem? Or is that just that was just an architect idea. So okay, go ahead. Mike, did you have more to say, Mike Bernick? Lisa.
Yeah, just a quick question. And again, I'm trying to wrap my head around where some of the concerns are. Since DOAS is indicated as a defined term in this section of the code, and then we have an exception to that section of the code, does that therefore kind of take care of the concern here in the sense that, you know, it says in this definition, it must be a separate system. However, there's an exception that says, you know, you could take exception to the whole section, and that wouldn't that also apply to this particular detail in the defined term, or is that digging too far into the weeds of the code architecture? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that's the big question here is.
Okay.
Eric.
I don't know. I'm the ASHRAE definition, I think, is too far from where we're at right now. I guess because section C403.354 decoupled DOA supply error describes how the two methods that are acceptable. We have the backstop there. So maybe this is without requiring the operation of a space. So yeah, maybe the change is more consistent with how we had modified that section. So maybe I'm in favor of it now.
Okay, David.
Yeah, I agree. This definition kind of covers both the situations that the decoupled DOA supplier considers, and this proposed definition seems fine to me. I think it's really, my understanding would be what would be enforced is the sections in C403.3, not what this definition says. And is that a fair assumption? That's what the code officials would be using to guide their, or would they go to the definition sections? That's, I think, what Lisa was also trying to get at.
I would think this modification isn't in conflict with that section.
Yeah,
the top in red.
Yep.
Well, I think that's, yeah, but it does seem like Kevin's suggested definition is maybe better.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm hearing some consensus around the red Mike Moore's public comments here. Does that, can you use your emoticons or whatever they are to thumbs up, thumbs down? There's a red check mark for, or red X for like, I don't like this. And then there's a green check mark or a thumbs up or whatever for you kind of like this moving ahead with a red language. Okay. Sounds good. Okay. And then if we accept this language, does someone need to do some homework to go through and see if that now contradicts with something else later in the code?
Okay. Actually, shall only place C403.3.5 kind of restates the exact same thing as the definition. So maybe just potentially aligning that. And I'm happy to talk with whoever offline about getting that aligned.
Okay.
I think great comments were made. This was really useful. I think particularly David, your comment that it seems like in practice, people would point to the more detailed actual code sections as opposed to rely on the definition. So I think the definition creates more flexibility for truly decoupled as well as in series, which is in practice what is happening. So.
Great. And do you want to delete, Krista, the if no action by tag retain as is? Or should we leave that, or I don't really know. We're just trying to make it clear. Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody. That was a great discussion, and we changed the minds and got to better code. Okay. Next tag review item. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, a quick question about this. So are are we going to take each item and then vote as a tag, or?
We can do whatever. If someone wants to make a motion, we can do that. We're going to cover every item that is green tag review. Other items, if we get through all the green ones, we will bring up, people can bring up the other ones. So we can vote on this or not vote on this. If someone wants to make a motion, my hope is at the end, we will vote on the package of them, having achieved general consensus on them. And then once we vote on the package, then that will go to the MBE.
Okay, thank you.
So we can vote on these individually if someone wants to make a motion. Patrick.
I'd like to make a motion to approve what we just discussed.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor of the updated recommendation on this item by Mike Moore, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Okay. Great. Next item. But I did see that someone had their hand up other than Patrick. I'm trying to remember who that was. You can raise your hand again if you have something else to bring up. So the white tag review ones we're not necessarily going to cover unless someone brings it up, but we're going to get through all the green ones first. That's our priority. And then we'll get through the other ones. So this one is, we had at the public hearings, we had the Washington Hospital Association came up with some very legitimate concerns about essential facilities, and they proposed some language, and then the proponent proposed some slightly different language for this, and so that's why we're reviewing it as a tag. I guess as an intro, does anybody else kind of from either the Hospital Association or Johnny want to provide a little bit more information on this? Okay, Mike Moore.
Oh yeah, sorry. I was just wondering, I had a couple other public comments there in green. Are those considered resolved at this point? Are we planning to address those?
So the way we've tried to expedite this process is by covering the ones that are in green that say tag review first.
I apologize. You just said that. I was thinking that the whole box was shaded green and I wasn't recognizing which matrix you were talking about shading there. I get it now. Thank you.
Okay, just to try and be cognizant of time, and this is a really condensed process. So we're trying to get through it as quickly as we can, and as thoughtfully as well. So Johnny, did you have anything to say about the proposals?
Yeah, so for the hospital exemptions, basically, I met with folks from the Washington State Hospital Association, kind of listened to their concerns, and then drafted these specific carve-outs for the space and water heating proposals based on their concerns, hoping to be able to basically eliminate any concerns that healthcare facilities might have regarding those specific proposals, and happy to work with TAG to ensure that that language is enforceable, but also just gets that general goal. So thank you for your time here.
Great, thanks, Johnny. So you'll see there's the top one says tag review, the bottom one says tag review, but is it in white, and they're kind of, they cover a similar subject. And the recommendation by, well, you can read, if no action by tag, that do this, do that. That was, I think, done by Krista and Caroline, and maybe some other people as well that kind of pre-vetted some of these. Lisa.
Yeah, just a couple details to consider about this. I think for the benefit of the tag, it would be helpful to just do a quick review of the actual scope of this revision. The recommendation did come from the healthcare industry. However, group I2 does cover other building types. So just for the benefit of the tag, it would be helpful to summarize the full scope of this revised language.
Okay. I don't know, Caroline, can I put you on the spot?
Yeah. I think, Lisa, the two submitted public comments, the one submitted by Johnny seemed a little bit narrower in terms of what it was getting after. I think the Washington State Hospital Association one, includes not only I2 occupancies, but also related medical facilities that by regulation are required to have in place redundant emergency backup systems. So it seemed like it limited it to facility types that, again, by some other regulation, whether that's Medicare, Medicaid, or whatnot, was requiring these specific systems. So I think part of the intent to address the concern was to go with a little bit of a broader exception in this case. So anyway.
And Lisa, was your question also regarding what other occupancies are under I2?
Well, yeah, when I read I'm looking at the box at the top, when I read the words includes but not limited to, and it should say group I2 occupancies and related medical facilities that are regulated by redundant emergency backup systems. We're my read on that, we're including everything that is I2. And then also medical facilities that have these, which was the basis of the original concern, those that require redundant emergency backup systems. There was concern about whether that would be feasible. So there are other occupancy types like prisons and other facilities that I believe would now fall under this exception. And that's my only point, is for the all tag members to know what the full scope of this would be.
Would you like me to read them to you? There's like 5 things.
Yeah, just for the benefit of the whole tag, yes.
No, under ITU, foster care facilities, detox facilities, hospice centers, hospitals, nursing homes, and psych hospitals.
So all,
including. But I do think we should strike the words, but not limited to.
Yes, yeah, it's just a little vague. It feels like that it could be spread across other building types that perhaps was not the intent.
Thanks, Lisa. Eric.
Right now, essential facilities is a title, and essentials facilities is not in the actual body of the exception. So it's unclear to me. The sentence as written just says including but not limited to. It never mentions essentials facilities, so it's not written as enforceable code as currently written. All the other exceptions repeat the word of essential facilities. So
yeah, that's a good catch.
So you're saying the title should be essential facilities, but then in the body it should also say essential facilities, including. Correct. Okay, I think that's very reasonable. And very clerical as well. Larry.
Yeah, I mean, by doing the heat pump requirement, can you imagine what the size of the backup generators would have to be now? I mean, you're going to have big, huge cat generators with huge diesel engines behind them driving these suckers, because of the extra amount of energy that's going to be required to keep these facilities going compared to what they have had in the past. I mean, you're talking a huge cost here by doing what we're doing.
So Larry, my understanding is that this would then provide an exception. So hospitals and covered facilities here would not need that additional. That's what your understanding as well, right?
Well, but they're going to be required to have the facility running now anyway, because they're already on their HVAC equipment. They're already running generators on those now, and they're going to be required to anyway to meet the surgical and all those contents. So this is just going to make it even bigger than what it is. I mean, it's huge already, but this is going to be gigantic. And you're not going to be able to limit them because they're going to be required to have them to keep the facilities running.
So Larry, we're talking about an exception here, not an additional requirement. So this exception.
I don't think this exception is going to follow through with all the requirements that the hospitals have to have already to meet their requirements.
Okay. Caroline?
Yeah, just responding to some of the other comments. I'm wondering if it would be essential facilities limited to I2 occupancies and related medical facilities, as opposed to including. It might just be a little bit clearer. Anyway, potential suggestion for others to comment on.
From my perspective, it says add an exception to require to have the emergency backups requirements, which they're required to anyway. So when we're at the hospital doing the PMs on their equipment, those things have to be ready to go either way, whether they got regular power or power from the lines.
Lisa?
Yeah, I'll respond to Caroline's recommendation. I agree with her recommendation that kind of deals with what I was stumbling on here. Because I don't think essential facilities is a defined term. And so if we change the language to say essential facilities, including but not limited to, that seems to open the door to, well, what is an essential facility? And I don't think we want to do that since it's not a defined term. So for her recommendation, I would say essential facilities limited to, or I'm sorry, Caroline, you'll have to repeat what you said. I thought that was very good. And then to address Larry's comments, make sure that we all are understanding what this is about here. This is an exception that allows healthcare facilities to not have to meet the requirements of this section. So it is addressing the exact concerns that was brought to the attention of the State Building Code Council by the Washington Hospital Association. So it's not an issue for them. It is exactly what they were asking for.
Thanks, Lisa. I'm going to just wonder aloud if we just struck all of this and started with the word, or the I2 occupancies and related medical facilities that by regulation are required to have in place redundant energy emergency backup systems. That might be just clearer language.
Agreed. Yeah, I think the essential facilities is the part of it that's really tripped me up. It just feels like that really is too broad.
Yeah, so if we just start with I2, that might be a decent way forward. Kevin.
Yeah, I certainly support this carve out. I think it's a reasonable concern. I guess I'm wondering, what does this mean? Does this mean that I2 occupancies in this category then follow the federal minimum requirements for efficiency, or what? And I guess my reactions to this are complex. For one thing, this issue was raised in the tag last year on at least 2 occasions. That is essential facilities, mission critical facilities, excuse my language, my tongue is tripping up here, laboratories, other related facilities, and that was shot down at that time. I'm wondering what has changed since then, technically. And then I guess I would want to see if indeed these exceptions allow the I2 occupancies in question to then fall back to the federal minimum. I guess I'd want to see the code advance some efficiency requirements here, either providing direction for condensing equipment, gas-fired equipment, or maybe even gas heat pumps for that matter. Other technologies that exist to alleviate the demand on their emergency backup power, but would still advance the efficiency that this code needs to advance. And part of the reason for that is these facilities are major energy users, major emission sources. I don't have data for the state of Washington or even our service territory for Northwest Natural, but I do have data for the city of Portland that I think is indicative. The top 35 emitters in the city limits, which includes, steel mills, food processing facilities, shingle manufacturers, very high energy use facilities. Of those 35, the 4 hospitals that we have in our city limits are among those 35. So this is a significant category. I would like to see some advancement of efficiency and energy and emissions reduction if this is going to be made an exception.
Thanks, Kevin. It's a big question.
Can I respond a little bit on background? Why we're discussing this?
Sure, Johnny.
Yeah. So there was an exception. I think it might be 6 or 8 or something, which kind of has a fairly vague, like, facilities, essential facilities, healthcare facilities can be provided exemptions by the building official. I think it is something like that. Washington State Hospital Association felt that, that's a little too loose and would require, a little too much under purview of the building official, and they wanted a very clear exemption for specific hospitals, specifically hospitals due to the nature of them being critical facilities and having the need for backup power. So yes, that is why we're discussing this.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Chris Burrows.
Yeah, hey Joe, thank you. So I just wanted to kind of talk a little bit about that I2 occupancy. I heard that prisons were not included in I2. That's kind of an important one in my opinion, because they have the same requirements for having full backup. If earthquake happens and their gas pipes go down and their power goes down, they have to be fully independent. And so I think maybe we should massage the language to include all of those types of spaces that need to be fully independent in case of emergencies, and kind of include them in whatever exemption we come out with.
Okay, Kevin?
Yeah, I forgot to mention that this exemption would also apply to obviously new construction, but in the C503.5 sections and other sections, in the governing existing or additions or large modifications, would also allow exemptions there. And so in other words, this would have a dramatic effect on all work to healthcare facilities. And again, that's why I'd like to see an advancement of some energy efficiency. Yeah, thank you.
Dwayne.
Yeah, I'm sort of going along with this with my usual level of grumpiness. This is entirely a political decision to say, just to be able to get this code through that we would exempt hospitals. And what I would have preferred would be that they're still required to do heat pump heating, but that they would be permitted to have a gas backup that could fill in if in loss of power, so that they wouldn't have to have a huge generator system. I didn't have any other support, so I just let it go at this. But for this and for prisons and for everything, that would be the way to go, is to say, yeah, you have to have heat pump heating and water heating systems, but if you're an essential facility, you can have a gas backup system. Thank
you. Okay. Code proposals will be accepted for the next iteration in probably about 18 months.
Thanks.
And that probably goes to Kevin and Dwayne on those. We are, really late in the code adoption process. We're trying to just make as minor as we can tweaks to the code to make it to make it a better code. So if we don't have language in front of us, it's really difficult to do any of the things being asked, other than to just not adopt this exception or something, to Dwayne's comment. Larry.
I'm with Chris. I think the jails, all the jails and those kind of facilities need to be able to have their own independence like the hospitals. And if I'd like to take Dwayne over to our jail and just show him what a jail and how it works and with the steam systems that they have, and to require them to have 2 different systems would be just enormous cost. But you've got huge boilers there in that piping steam, because the piping has got to go a great distance on top of it. And then on top of it, you've got to have security. Okay, security is number 1, and ducts don't give you security. Okay, and just the pure cost of it would be just unbelievable. Okay, and it needs to, there's going to be some buildings and some jobs out here that it just doesn't make sense to be this efficient, because the requirements to do it is going to cost more than the building. Okay, and we got to realize that we've got to have some give and take here, and right now it's all take. And these facilities, they're all funded by you and I, and double the taxes. Most people don't have it to give. Thank you.
Okay, Larry, thank you, Larry. Larry, to your point about jails or prisons rather, what occupancy or what language would need to be in here to do that? And I'll let you think about that for a minute. Lisa.
Yeah, so if we follow through with the recommended language that's on the screen right now, where we refer to essential facilities, and then it is specific to, and I will say again that we need to include the word group, I2 occupancies. Then if you go down into Johnny's recommendations there, where he includes some additional language with regards to alterations, that the exception language needs to align there as well. So just making sure that it's clear. That upper section there does apply to new facilities. So just keep that in mind. That is the scope of this alteration. So how many new healthcare facilities will be constructed during this code cycle? But really the bigger scope in my mind is what we would propose for alterations. And so I would recommend that whatever we come up with for new construction, that we replicate that down under the alteration section as well. And I will vote, and I will also say too that I'm in support of what both Kevin and Dwayne is saying, that this really is an opportunity for a lot of energy savings, but it is late in the game to add some other compromise for these building types.
Thanks, Lisa. Eric.
Yeah, looking over this, that made a good point of the change or the occupancy of prisons, and I do agree with Larry on this, that could be applicable to them. So it would be I2 and I3 occupancies, right? I3 occupancies cover the prisons in the state of Washington. So that could be some potential change of language in this.
Okay, thanks, Eric. Kevin.
So a clarifying question, Shell. Are you suggesting that we can make minor adjustments to these exceptions, but not add code language to it? For example, I would propose adding something to the effect of may use 92% condensing boilers or something to that effect, condensing equipment. But I'm gathering from what you said that that would be writing new code language and is beyond the scope of this meeting. Is that fair?
It is really tricky to answer that. If that is what this group decides to do, then we can suggest that to the MVE committee. I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna limit what we do. I'm just gonna recommend that we don't spend a lot of time writing new code language and debating new code language here, because we have exactly one meeting to take care of this, and a lot of people need to leave at 1. And I'm all about energy efficiency, but we're late in the process, so I'm hesitant to try and write new code language. But tag members can do as they please, and I'm just trying to run an efficient and effective meeting.
I appreciate that, Shell. I guess it seems like this is opening a can of worms, and I agree it is late stage. I imagine we could adjudicate this for some time. I guess I'm making a motion to reject this change.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to reject the hospital association change. We don't have these numbered, but the exception for essential facilities, that the 2 exceptions for essential facilities, that's your motion, is to reject those?
Well, I'm sorry, I'm really torn, because I actually do support this exception, but I just think it's incomplete and needs a lot more working out based on the comments that we've been making here. So I actually don't want to make that motion, but I
motion to rescind. So Kevin, there's an option available to you, which is we could pass this exception today, because sounds like you're generally in favor of it. And then you could, if you wanted to, come to the MVE with suggested modifications to what the tag approves. I don't want to encourage a whole lot of that, but if you want, you could certainly show up and say, I think we're not extracting the energy efficiency out of this building type. If we allow this exception, I think we should have 92% condensing boilers, etc. So you're very free to do that.
Okay. That's agreeable. Thank you.
Okay, so motion was rescinded. Caroline.
Yeah, I had a question, Lisa, on the comment about C503.4.6, and the way that section is written, it essentially says comply with C403.1.4 if you're doing an alteration, or you can comply with an alternate compliance path in this table that allows replacement of gas equipment with gas equipment, furnaces with furnaces, if it's 10% more efficient. And so I guess my question is, just because it says you can comply with C403.1.4 or with an alternate, I would think the exceptions in C403.1.4 would apply, such that we only need the exception in the new construction section. But I guess that's a little bit of a question. And then also, just back on the alterations topic, just wanting to highlight again some of the exceptions in the alterations section that do permit replacement of existing oil-fired boilers with oil-fired boilers, or existing steam boilers with steam boilers, or existing gas boilers with gas boilers if they're 10% more efficient. So I think some of those things, the tag had previously addressed, but I'll stop there. Thanks.
I think the question you asked, Lisa had brought that up. So if I'm recollecting correctly, Lisa, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I'd like to. And thanks, Caroline, for bringing that up. That is actually a really good point, because the language does say that you have to comply with a new construction section of the code or the alternative. And this kind of indirectly addresses some of what Kevin was saying, in that if they want to install another piece of equipment that is still fuel fired, it does have to be, a bit better than code. And so we're actually accomplishing a little bit of that under the existing building section. The primary thing that I was bringing up is that once we are clear on the scope of this, and right now I'm not sure if we're 100% there with regards to the scope, and perhaps that's something the tag can take on. And that is, and maybe indicating group I2 is too broad. And we could state very specifically, medical facilities and prison facilities that by regulation are required to have in place redundant emergency backup systems. Perhaps that would address some of the other concerns that we're hearing, because it's very, very specific to those types, versus, stating it as I2 and I3, which is what's been proposed. So I guess maybe that would be something I would suggest is, can we do that? Can we change the language and have it point to just those two building types specifically? And not say group I2.
I think we certainly could do that. We're working with language in a public comment exception. So I think, so you're saying we strike everything up to the word medical and then add prisons. So it would just say medical and prison facilities that by regulation are required to have in place redundant emergency backup systems. Is that what you suggested, Lisa?
Yeah, I think that brings this, narrows the scope and makes it really clear that it's the emergency redundant system element of it that we're trying to address. And that was the concerns that we've heard from the Healthcare Association, and then also those in the meeting here that have commented about prisons. So I'll float that as a potential change.
Okay.
It might be more palatable, yeah.
Okay, Larry.
Yeah, I'd like to talk towards Kevin. I think there's a lot of efficiencies that could be gained. Better insulation on these type of buildings, and the 95% boiler part of it, steam, you're not going to get to 95%. But here's another alternative to getting there for you. Is putting economizers in the stacks and taking that heat and preheating your water. And so now it's like you got a 95% boiler, but you're still getting your steam temperature out, but yet you're dropping your stack temperature significantly. So you're scarfing everything you can out of the stack past the boiler, but you still have the steam capability that these facilities need, but yet you're still getting the energy gains that you could be getting with these economizers on our stacks. And that would be a great gain of efficiency that we don't have right now. Plus insulating the buildings, requiring better insulation on the outside of these buildings so they're not weeping out so much energy. I'm all for Kevin's idea of getting more efficient.
Okay, Larry and Kevin, why don't you convene yourselves if you want to, and talk about what Kevin might bring to the MD committee. Dwayne.
Sounds good.
Yeah, as opposed to what Lisa just brought up, I think that the I2 and I3 occupancy definitions are useful for pinning down, for building officials to pin down what does or does not comply. And so if we're going to have this, I just as soon leave those in.
I'll chime in that if that's the case, and I'm fine with that too. I would say then the benefit of the tag, the list, if we added I3, so that is feedback that we've been hearing from the group that perhaps prison facilities need to be addressed here as well. Then for the benefit of the tag, what does I3 cover?
Oh, I3 is correctional facilities, and I'd have to pull up the list, but
I got it
includes
open.
Jails and prisons and youth lockups and several other types. And if you just say prison or something like that, you could be leaving something out unintended.
So the list is correctional centers, detention centers, jails, pre-release centers, prisons, reformatories.
I was pretty close.
Thank you.
Okay, I feel like we're getting close to consensus on this.
Should we have some type, like emergency backup systems? That's kind of generic. I mean, we're talking about, I mean, a lot of facilities have to have backup to their lighting.
Well, we're limiting it to I2 and I3, so.
So emergency power backup, is that, yeah, standby
power systems.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm gonna ask for a thumbs up or thumbs down on this general idea of having something similar, very similar to the language that's on the screen that includes I2 and I3. Give me a thumbs up or thumbs down if you think this is generally, like, we're in the right direction here. Okay, I see lots of thumbs up. I see one thumbs down or one red X. Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. I want to expedite the conversation. Kevin, since you were the one that spoke against this, what?
Oh, I was just noting, I believe I heard that an unintended consequence of this language would be that a remodel or equipment replacement would require a higher efficiency piece of equipment than a new building, which is bizarre to me. And also just thinking beyond the building for a second, but thinking of the energy grid with the Climate Commitment Act, what this will do is, because the Climate Commitment Act requires gas utilities to take responsibility for their customers' emissions, what this will do is push the emissions burden from hospitals onto every other customer. And I don't think that's what the intent is. Yeah, there you go.
No, I don't think that's true, Kevin. I think that since the chapter 5 sections will point back to this section, and it's got an exception built into it that the exception would apply to alterations.
I think that's what I'm saying, though, is that the exception for alterations requires a 10% increase in efficiency.
Well, that's an option. I'm going to chime in. I think,
please do.
Yeah, so to Carolyn's point, and I think it's a good point, is that I don't think the exception is actually necessary in the alteration section of the code, because the exception will reside in the new construction section of the code, and then the language in the alteration portion gives the designer the option. They can either comply with this new language with this exception, or they comply with what's in the table. Carolyn, did I capture that right, Carolyn?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Sorry, I had that inverted in my mind. Thank you.
Yeah. And then one last thing, I know, Shelley, you're trying to wrap this up, because I sat through the conversation with some of the folks here at the Healthcare Association. It isn't just standby power. They also, particularly for healthcare, they also have to have backup for disruption of their natural gas service. So it's not just power, it's also heating. I'm not sure how to capture that in the language here, but I think power doesn't cover everything that they are required to have backup for. And if it's somebody else can correct that for me, that if I have that wrong, please chime in.
Thank you, Lisa. That was actually my point. What I was going to say is I want to make sure there should be some language out there that says that because some certain places are required to have, be able to completely an island and self-sufficient, and whatever that requirement is probably the people we should look for giving the exemption in this rule.
Can I direct respond here?
Yeah.
Sorry. Basically you have to have if you have a gas boiler, it has to be able to also have another type of fuel that it can use in case your natural gas system is not operable. And that is a part of the essential facility requirements that all hospitals have to comply with, and I don't think needs to be a part of the energy code. It's like a part of a different code. So they have to be able to run a different fuel to be able to power the boilers when gas is disrupted.
So we could say standby power and fuel supply.
I don't even think we have to address it. It's like it's a different code. It's like a different code requirement. It's a requirement that's not in the energy code. We're talking about the energy code here. It's like a different part of a different code.
Well, we're
But
talking.
the exemption is there.
Well, we're talking
The
about the
exemption
WAC,
is there
right?
because of that requirement.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry, Lisa.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because we're talking about the WAC requirements, but I'm sorry, I spoke over you.
I was
Okay,
going to
we
say,
have
but the reason why we're doing this exemption is specifically because of that life safety requirement makes it really expensive for hospitals to do this.
Yeah,
So
and
that's the whole
yeah.
reason for the exemption is because of the price of this.
And I guess to Chris's point, the original language proposed by the Hospital Association, I assume that they thought this through and know what's required of them and have good language. But maybe that's not the case. We have 5 hands up. I think we're really, really close to resolving this to almost everybody's satisfaction. So I guess I'd like people
Can I finish my comment real quick?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Just only was to make sure that I2 and I3, my only other thought was police stations and firehouses. I don't know, it looks like they're in multiple sections of the code occupancy types, and I just want to make sure that we're thinking about that as we do this language.
Okay, everybody, can you keep your comments brief and decide on and talk about what would need to change about this language to make it better, more clear? Larry. And Larry, you're on mute. Okay, hands down. Mike Fowler.
I'll just propose that instead of debating fire stations and, what if this and what if that use type, focusing it on just those that are required by regulation. And if you're required by regulation, then you qualify. And then, and my understanding also, and Johnny might be able to correct me, that this is what this exemption is providing is targeted at space heat and hot water and not necessarily backup power. I know the Washington Hospital Association mentions backup power in their explanation, but just to clarify and honing in on their language of if you're required to have, if you're defined as an essential facility and required to have this, then you qualify. And if that's fire stations, it's fire stations. If it's hospitals, it's hospitals.
Okay. I guess, does anybody have any expertise on buildings that are required to have in place redundant emergency backup systems, and whether that's, because once you delete all that prior stuff, it opens it up to, I just don't know what it opens it up to. And we don't want to make this exception for, facilities unless in place redundant emergency backup systems is either defined or.
Yeah, I guess that's part of my point too. This was a proposal and it's been in consultation with Johnny and the Washington Hospital Association. So this was public comment that has been coordinated from this certain group. I'd say fire stations can petition the state code council later if they're interested in joining in to the hospitals.
Okay. I am ready to entertain a motion to make the recommendations that are shown in front of here, including all the items under the recommendation column in this Washington Hospital Association proposal. I think we're generally achieved near consensus on this. So I'm ready to entertain a motion to accept that.
I would move, this is Amy. I would move to move this recommendation forward to the MDE committee.
Second.
Thanks, Amy. We have a motion, we have a second. And this recommendation, I'm just going to clarify as the chair that this is the Washington Hospital Association public comment, and everything that's under the recommendation column in the first entry we see on the screen. All right, further discussion on this.
I'm going to propose a roll call vote on this one.
Second.
I'll just do a roll call vote. A motion within a motion. I'm not this. Can you rescind your motion? I'll just do a roll call vote. Kevin?
Yes, please.
Okay. Let's do a roll call vote on this. I don't see anybody's hands up for further discussion. So Krista, go down the list. Krista, you're on mute.
Thank you.
We thought you nodded off there for a second.
Well, sometimes I wonder. Eric Bedell,
Yes.
Chris Burrows,
No.
CJ Brockway, Kevin Duell,
Abstain.
Mike Fowler,
No for it, including group I3, but if it changes to just I2, I will change, but for this vote, no.
Patrick Hayes,
Yes.
Scott Henderson,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Mike McGivern,
No.
Alan Montpelier, Eric Olnon,
Yes.
Andrew Poltorak, David Reddy,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Gavin Tenold,
Yes.
Sean Vig,
Abstain.
Amy Wheelis.
Yes.
That is 9 yes, 4 no, and 2 abstention.
Okay, motion passes. That will be the recommendation, the contested recommendation to the MVE committee. I think we've all earned a 5-minute break, or maybe a 7-minute break. This will be our lunch break because we need to move forward on this, but it's 11:38. Let's reconvene at 11:45 and go as long as we can. All right, recess. Get going again. All right, hope everybody is extremely refreshed after that. If this had been years past and we were in person, I would have bought you all pizza. And you would have gotten to eat pizza while we discuss the next topics, but right now, keep your cameras off and eat your lunch or whatever you're going to be doing. Unless you brought enough food to share with everybody. Okay, so next one. So we dispatched with this one, with the one on the screen. If you go down to the next green one, this says refer to notes and linked documents. So I don't know if Krista, if you summarize this such that all green items are on the screen, or if we need to go to the linked document.
Sorry, yes, all of the green items are shown on the screen now.
Great, okay. The first one recommends striking some language on alarms. Caroline, do you want to speak to this?
Yeah, I mean, Eric is probably better positioned to speak to it, but Krista, do you mind just clicking on the document really quick? Just so everybody's aware that when it says refer to notes in linked document, you know, some folks submitted comments that were 40 pages long or 60 pages long, and there's a lot of embedded comments in it. And so just so folks know that in some cases, if you click on somebody's name, it will take you to all of their comments, a lot of which are editorial or clarifications. And then Krista has pulled out the higher priority ones. But again, I think as Chell mentioned, at the end, if there's time, or if you have other comments, you can reach back out about some of the ones that there won't be time to talk about today. Anyway, back on the other sheet, I think the first one there, this one was just a comment about striking this entire section that had to do with alarms in the heat pump water heater section. So it just seemed like a larger change that the tag should consider. So I'll stop there.
Please raise your hand or comment if you have any comments. There's, in almost every case, there's a default, which is if no action by tag, do something routine. So we would not accept this if there's no action by tag. So if you want to suggest something other than what's in that no action by tag, please suggest it as we walk through these.
So would that be made by motion or just comment? How do we do that?
Make a comment that you don't agree with the if no action by tag, retain language.
Okay. I guess I support making this change.
You support striking the alarm section?
Correct.
Okay, so that's different than the if no action by tag statement. So go ahead and speak to that.
I think that Eric has a point that this provision is not part of the energy code and therefore shouldn't be in the energy code. It probably belongs in the mechanical code. And
Yeah, I
Eric
guess
can-
my point
Go ahead.
here is that, you know, natural gas boilers or electric boilers or any other system isn't required to do this now. So, you know, why are we starting this in the energy code? So, I mean, it's a good idea, but not a requirement. So,
Henry.
Yeah, I think natural gas and electric boilers are unaffected by most of the things that heat pump water heaters are. And so actually this alarm here is actually to help the effectiveness of these systems without knowing if they're behaving poorly. Then we'd actually lose out on the expected savings of this proposal. So I think this is actually essential to this proposal, just to ensure savings are realized from these systems. These are not typical boilers or electric or gas or electric boilers. So I think this is a critical component. Thanks.
It's Henry Dwayne.
Yeah, I want to leave this language in the heat pump systems are unfamiliar to some people, and they might not understand when things are not working right. But this does save energy by making sure that people are aware if things are not working correctly. And we spent time putting together this language, and it should stay in.
Thanks, Dwayne.
can I address those comments?
Please.
So if we keep it in, then maybe it shouldn't be like alarms. It should be like, you know, system diagnostic monitoring or something that actually, you know, requires. Anyways, I think it could use some language than wordsmithing.
And Eric, is that just in the title of it, or is that in the substance of the language?
Probably in the title, just changing the title of the section.
I'd consider that friendly. Whatever Eric thinks is the best title for it.
I agree with that too.
Okay, titles are not enforceable code language, but they are helpful to people who read the code. And so the recommendation of this tag could be, yeah, just to change the title. And it sounds good. Michael Rosenberg.
Yeah, I was just going to point out there's a bunch of language in the code about diagnostics, fault detection, and diagnostics already, and this seems very similar to those requirements, although they don't use the term alarm in those other requirements. That's all.
So maybe system fault detection or something like that.
Sounds good.
Larry.
I think it is important to have these detections. It will save a lot of equipment and it will save energy, and it gives a heads up to the people that their buildings aren't functioning properly, and that's something we don't want to have happen. And the best thing is for a layperson, a lot of times it's laypersons that catch this first off because they see something, and that is very important, I think. I mean, it helps the equipment last longer, that gets back online and gets somebody out there to take care of the problem.
Wait, Larry, are you and I agreeing on something?
I'm sorry, but you're right on this point. This is important. This is important because we want to keep these systems running as long as possible.
Thanks, Larry. Kevin.
I got just a quick suggestion. I'm wondering if diagnostics would be superior to fault detection, just because these aren't necessarily faults that we're talking about.
I would move to keep this a little bit beyond diagnostics. If some of these components that it's measuring are actually out of alignment, then the system would essentially fault in its performance. It's not necessarily high-end fine-tuning. I think this should be more of a alert. I mean, alarm is obviously the wrong label, but it's a bit more than diagnostics, I'd say.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so let's revise the column that says recommendations and suggest retain languages in CR2 except modifying title or something like that.
Yeah, I guess I chose system fault detection to be similar to economizer fault detection. So anyways.
Larry, your hand's still up. I assume, I think you made your comment, but it's still up. So if you have a further comment, go for it. Okay, down. All right, next one, 407.3. This is about renewable energy. And there's a tag recommendation to retain language as is in CR 102. And then confirm that Caroline.
Yeah. So this one was a comment that for C407 in the proposed code, there's the introduction of the two metrics. Well, the carbon emissions target we've had previously, and now a site building performance target. And so the way it's written right now, you can only include on, offsite, or unregulated load savings to count towards the site building performance target, which is the one where we're tracking total EUI. And right now in the first metric, you're not allowed to include on-site renewables. And so my understanding of this comment was a potential suggestion to allow for inclusion such that on-site renewables could count towards savings in the carbon emissions target. But again, it's just an important topic. So curious to hear other opinions on that.
Yeah, so it's clear in the CR 102, this is not clerical or editorial. This is a comment to actually change the function of the code to include renewable energy in C407.
To allow specifically on-site renewables to count in the carbon emission target. So that is, as I understand it.
in another piece of background is the ASHRAE 90.1 that this is taken from allows, I think, 3% on site to count towards energy modeling path. And I think we're not allowing any of that. Mike Rosenberg.
I'll just point out that we added two paths, the emissions path and the site energy path this round. And the emissions path was meant to preserve the energy efficiency, the traditional energy efficiency of the building, the envelope, the lighting, HVAC systems, and not degrade them by taking credit for renewable energy. But the other metric allows unlimited credit for renewable energy. So while it still incents the use of renewable energy, the idea is that it maintains the efficiency of the traditional building systems. So I think I would encourage you to reject this change. I think we've covered it really well. The way we've, this new approach is pretty elegant, and in fact, it's being considered nationally now because it seems to work so well. That's all.
Great. And just to be totally clear, when you say two paths, both paths are acquired. So it's not you choose one or you choose the other.
That's right. So instead of just one having to comply with one metric, we set it up so that there's two metrics, because if you don't account for renewable energy, there's no way to get to net zero. So it's clear that we need to be able to account for renewable energy. But at the same time, it's also clear that there's not going to be the electrical system, the grid is constrained, and well, I guess this would be on site, but it's still probably feeding back into the grid as well. That there needs to be, the first thing that needs to be done is to make the building as energy efficient as possible as the first step. And that's what the two metrics do.
Great. So you're speaking in support of what the default recommendation is, which is to retain the CR102 language. Any other thoughts on this piece of it?
So as currently written, would PV or would renewables that are in it above and beyond what's required for C411.1 count towards the PCI or not?
They don't count towards the carbon emission metric.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. And I don't know that we need to vote on every single one of these, especially if they're not contentious like this one. So we'll just proceed to the next one, which is the solar readiness one, which if no action by tag, adopt, edit as submitted to clarify definition. Dwayne.
The non-residential word got in originally to the Seattle version of this code by me erroneously understanding some state rule. So I already took it out of the Seattle rule, but there really is not any need to restrict this to non-residential buildings. So my preference would be just take out that one word.
Correct. Our public comment was to either qualify what a non-residential building was or strike the word non-residential, because residential buildings can have solar ready roofs. It's not really a big cost of impact. So
it actually is defined in a state law, but not the way you think.
Yeah, it's not defined in the energy code.
Okay, thanks, Dwayne. Lisa.
Yeah, I actually would support the idea of removing the word non-residential from this altogether. I'm not a fan of having details in brackets like that. So if we didn't strike non-residential and wanted to add this additional language for clarification, I would recommend writing it a little differently than putting it in brackets.
I guess at this point in code language, wouldn't it? It would be a big functional change if we struck non-residential.
Well, it would mean that apartment buildings that are covered 4-story and more apartment buildings predominantly, or hotels, would have to have solar ready roofs. Yes, that's what it would mean.
No.
Which those buildings are typically very good candidates. An apartment building typically has a lot of extra roof, like a 7-story apartment building has a lot of roof area that can be used for future PV. So
Okay.
if it's a 40-story apartment building, there's going to be mostly covered with mechanical and other things anyways. So.
Yep.
As a point of order, can we, can the tag make recommendations for further advancements? I mean, I think that's what we're talking about here.
Yeah, I was just pondering that, and it was not a public comment to strike non-residential during the public comment period, which closed a while ago.
Well, I think that's what our comment was. It was do one or the other. We can go look at the actual comment.
Oh, okay. So the comment was either define residential, non-residential in a certain way, or strike non-residential from.
Yes, my comment was, it's not shown here. It was in a flyout. It says, addition to clarify non-residential or is it meant to refer to all commercial buildings by removing the word non-residential? So I kind of said it both ways.
Okay, I guess then we do, Lisa, to your point, I guess we have a public comment that says suggests that non-residential could be stricken. Was that okay? Okay, so I guess we have those two options in front of us. Right now, the recommended action is to adopt the additional definition of residential in here, but we've also had people say that maybe just striking non-residential would be the right thing to do.
Sounds like you're looking for a motion.
Yeah, I guess I am looking for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to remove the word non-residential and strike the information that is in red there, or the language in red, and just strike the word non-residential.
Second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion in a couple of seconds. To move this forward to the MVE committee with non-residential stricken, and the red language that's currently in front of us also stricken, but it wasn't part of the CR 102, so it's not really the same as striking non-residential. Okay, that's the motion in front of us. Is there further discussion?
Are we just making the decision on this particular box, or the boxes up above that we didn't vote on as well?
This is just this box right here.
Okay, cool.
My assumption is that at the end of the day, and maybe this is an incorrect assumption, but at the end of the day, we will vote on like the whole package. And ones we have previously voted on will, I guess, not be part of that package. But they'll be part of the package we deliver, but they will have voted on separately. That's my assumption, but as we get towards 1 o'clock, a lot of people will leave, and so we should probably vote on everything we've covered thus far at around 1 o'clock. Okay, so without further ado, let's vote on this. Let's take a voice vote. All in favor of the motion on the table, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes. We are heading down to the next green one. Mike Kennedy. And okay, above grade exterior concrete slabs. Here's the subject. And this one is about creating an exception for mass transfer deck slabs.
This is certainly appropriate. There's no way to create an insulating barrier in a mass transfer deck slab by definition. It's solid concrete.
Okay, is there anyone who wants to? Oh, okay, so the if no action by tag retain language as in CR2, Wayne just spoke against that and said, we need to include this public comment exception in here. So, Patrick.
I'm reading it.
Okay.
Um,
Kevin, do you have a response while Patrick's reading it?
No.
I was just curious if this applied to
Minimum of R10 aligned with wall assemblies. Reinforcing bars are permitted to penetrate the thermal break. So where did this come from?
What are you referring to, Patrick? This
new language that we debated an awful lot during the process. So where did this come from?
And by this, you mean the exception, the new exception that is a public comment?
Yeah, the new underlined language.
Oh, the language is about cantilevered decks typically on apartment buildings.
I know exactly what it's about, but I'm asking, where did it come from?
Are you talking about C402.2.8? Or are you talking about the exception?
Who wrote it?
Might have been me.
Whose might have been me? Is that you, Sal?
Yeah.
This comment, Caroline and I talked about all of these, and I think we decided that the role of section C402.2.8, or this is my feeling anyway, it's kind of an unclear section. There's a bigger structural issue here that I don't think we can address this code cycle. So I'm fine not removing this exception. The reason I thought it should be removed is, there's a requirement to insulate it. And so there's no exception for them not to be insulated. And since, as Dwayne points out, they can't be, they have to do component performance, but.
I disagree, Mike. I have a desk full of drawings here and an office full of drawings where I insulate these regularly. If the above grade wall is in alignment with the wall below, it's very easy to insulate them. And I do it all day long. And so
would that be a mass transfer deck?
Yes, mass transfer decks.
I thought the walls were not aligned.
Yes, they do. I can hold you up a drawing right now, sitting here on my desk. I got one on the floor. They can align. And there is always not a podium step. And the reason is sites. I mean, I got sites to where we line everything up because the footprint, we maximize the footprint and they line up. They are not all stepped like that silly drawing that's in the code. That is not how they work. And trust me, I average 55 projects a year and the bulk of them are these. This is not
in the definition. It is defined as a structural transfer deck.
You're not a structural engineer.
Thank you. I noticed that. So this is, it is important to have an exception for that situation that is diagrammed in the code.
Right. Which again,
what we should do is take the diagram out of the code because it's misleading and it is not reality. All podiums, lower podiums are not larger than the building above. And the correct definition which I had in there and nobody wanted, was things like the transition from type 1 to type 5. That is the transfer deck right there. And that is the most obvious one. That's the easy one. If you have an all concrete tower that has PT decks going all the way up, you notice when you get to like about level 3 or 4, that slab edge is thickened. Some of them are 15 inches, 18 inches. That is the transfer deck. And you can insulate them. And there's buildings that have 5/2s, but concrete goes higher up this way and then this level, and they stagger at the top, but they only go 5 levels of wood. So you could have a transfer deck at level 4, and you could have a transfer deck at level 3. The most obvious thing is the transition from type 1 to type 5. And then the second most obvious thing is the thickness of the concrete. Because the transfer deck will always be a minimum nowadays of 12 inches. And you see a lot of them at 15 and 18 inches. And the place to find all this stuff is just go to the building sections and you can just open it up. And there it is. As I do this for a living and I do so much of this, it's blatantly obvious. So, you know.
Okay. I would like to hear from anybody else on this issue. Dwayne's spoken, Patrick's spoken. Okay. So, I mean, my understanding of mass transfer deck slabs is that they inherently do change the vertical plane of the offset, the vertical plane of the perimeter. That's what's in the diagram, at least. Larry.
I think we should get some of Patrick's drawings and take a hard look at this because he does it all the time. And then maybe we could take a look at it at the mechanical ventilation energy code tag meeting coming up. I mean, this man does it for a living and he knows what he's talking about. I think we need to get some of these drawings up and take a real good hard look at it that Patrick has. I think that's important.
Okay. So we want to move on something today. We do want to do that, so we provide a recommendation. And certainly a group of people, including Patrick, should look at some drawings and see if this exception is warranted or not. We could pass this without the exception on the MVE and allow the MVE to then add the exception back in, or we could pass it with the exception and then this group would ask the MVE to strike the exception. So I think both are options. I'm willing to take a motion on this because I think we've heard lots of good testimony.
Well, I would then move that we retain all the language on the screen, including the exception.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second for that motion?
Second, this is David.
Second. We have a motion. We have a second to.
I'll second it on the condition that we get to review it like Larry suggested. If I'm not in town, I'm happy to fly in for that kind of meeting, or if we do it, I can cut out building sections, maybe take pictures and send them off. I mean, Shal, if you looked around my office, there's 200 sets of drawings, physical drawings that show exactly how these buildings are built.
All right, I look forward to that. Why don't you include at least Dwayne, myself, and yourself? Is there anybody else who wants to be involved in this drawing review?
Yeah.
How about Eric Vandermeer? He sees these things all the time.
I want to let people volunteer themselves.
This is David. I'd like to volunteer for that.
Okay.
Yeah,
This is Andy Burnham. I'd be interested in participating, please.
Okay, Patrick, are you writing this down? Can you email all of the people that have spoken up? And
I'll go through
we'll-
Chris. I'll go through Krista.
One thing I'd like to point out is mass transfer deck requirements are kind of specified in 3 different sections in 402. There's the R value table, there's the U value table, and then there's this section, which is actually specifying the very specific way it's insulated. This is only removing well, my original comment was only removing this exception from this specific section. It doesn't actually impact the content of the R value table or the U value table.
Why did you want to remove the exception, Mike? I don't understand.
Why didn't I?
No, why did you want to remove this?
Because we do require them to have insulation.
You know,
But
exception.
we backed up because I am very confused about the function of the 402.2 section. And it changed in this code cycle. And I think it was confusing in the last one, but I think it's even
It's still confusing. Yet the exception's fine. But my biggest issue with this right here is the R10.
So we want to leave the exception.
Yeah, you leave the exception. It's the R10.
Well, there's no public comment about the R10, right? So can we touch it?
The problem is if you use XPS, R10 is 2 inches.
Okay.
If you are framing above. with a
Patrick,
2x6.
I'm just looking at the time, and we have a lot to get through, and we're already going to convene a group outside of this to look at this issue. So let's follow up on that, and let's take a vote. I guess I'm not going to call the question, but Patrick, I'm going to suggest that you convene the group, and perhaps we don't need any more testimony before we vote. Patrick, you're welcome to say something more if you want, but
I just would like to explain the math, Shell. It's very simple. R10 is 2 inches.
Patrick, we're going to lose a lot of people at 1 o'clock, and we have a lot of content to cover before then, and we're already going to convene a group outside of this. So I guess speak if you need to, but please consider people's time when you do.
Okay, R10 is 2 inches. If you're framing with 2x6, structural engineers allow us to hang a stud over the slab edge, usually 7/8 of an inch. And that gets you to 1.5 inches. XPS is R5 per inch. So this really doesn't work. And that R10 should be R7.5. And the whole thing's probably fine.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Let's take a voice vote on it. The motion as stated is to retain exception in our recommendation to the MVE committee, knowing that Patrick is going to email people some details, and we will have a side discussion on it before we get there. So all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, let's move forward on that. The next green one is enclosure testing.
Yeah, so Charles, this is another one Mike and I talked about, and I think his clarification is potentially a good idea. It was just kind of a question of, does that potentially increase stringency and or align with the original intent? So that was kind of the question on that C402.5.2 pertaining to enclosure testing.
This is where you're testing a sample of units in the building. And so I guess the question came up for me, well, what is there a scope to the corrective action? Is it just the sampled units that didn't pass?
Mm-hmm.
So,
And right now, Mike, your understanding of the way the CR 102 is written was it is just corrective action on the units that didn't pass?
it just says corrective action. And why would you
Okay.
correct things that, I don't know.
So, yeah, it could be interpreted as every unit, or it could be interpreted as something other than every unit.
Right. So I think because of the volume here, I guess the thought was maybe this retain the CR 102 and maybe correct it next time or clarify it next time.
I think this is a good catch. I'd be in favor of inserting the suggested language after the word maybe.
Okay, does anybody else want to speak for or against this piece? And I see Patrick and Larry's hands up, but they've been up for a while. Okay, anybody want to speak for or against this? Okay. I think we should vote on this since it's different. Does someone want to make a motion to?
Yes, I move that we insert the phrase that Mike came up with after the word maybe, reading in all units exceeding code in all untested units. And I think that goes at the end of that top sentence, right?
Can I suggest target value rather than exceeding code?
Oh, yes, thank you. That sounds good.
In all units exceeding target value, or is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if it's exceeding target value in the units, because you don't want to just fix the 2 units and leave all the other ones leaky.
Yep, that makes sense. Okay, that's the motion. Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on this one? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say nay. Okay, motion passes. We will recommend this clarification to the MVE committee for their inclusion. Next one is C403.1.4, use of electric resistance and fossil fuel fired HVAC. Caroline, do you want to?
Sure. So this is the exception that has to do with low energy spaces, and there is an existing second sentence that is a bit convoluted, and Mike raised some good points about the use of semi-heated. I think the original intent of it was potentially to ensure that if you had a semi-heated space, maybe adjacent to a fully conditioned space, and you had radiant panels in the semi-heated space, and your fully conditioned space was a passive house, low energy, highly insulated space, that those radiant panels in an adjacent semi-heated space might not cause you to go over the threshold and then not be allowed to use this exception. But I think overall it's a bit convoluted, and so curious other thoughts, input on this one.
Dwayne.
Yeah, this was another one of mine, and after a long discussion, I thought we got rid of this phrase.
We got rid of it in semi-heated.
Oh, okay.
But
well,
not here, and that's why it's broken.
Okay.
I mean, that's why it doesn't work here,
Thank you.
Yeah.
In that case, I would support striking that whole sentence.
Does anybody think that's not a good idea? Anybody think that would be a bad move for the code? Okay, so that's the default recommendation. If no action by tag adopted, a suggestion is to delete second sentence exception for clarity. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. And
Oh, did we delete it or not?
yeah,
Yes,
that's the default action.
Okay, great.
So if everything we say today aligns with the default action, I'm just gonna move us
Please
forward,
do.
and then about 1 o'clock or 10 minutes to 1, I think we'll vote on all the those that we've kind of covered but not voted on, just to keep the number of votes down.
Excellent.
Okay, so yeah. So this is the one that was the exceptions targeted at a small allowance of electric resistance heating in dwelling and sleeping units. And Mike had submitted these comments, I think, pointing out, there's an allowance, there's clear allowances for electric resistance in rooms that have fenestration. But what if you have a room that doesn't have fenestration? Was the intent that that room would have to have a heat pump in order to comply? And I think that was not the intent. And the way the original language was written, it states that they are permitted to be heated using electric resistance as long as. So it just kind of lacked clarity. And so Mike's suggestion was to merge 2 and 2.1 into a clearer exception. And so that is what this attempts to do.
Thanks, Caroline. Dwayne.
Once again, I'm the author originally of this, of what we started with here. And I agree that these are all sensible upgrades that'll make the state code clearer than my Seattle code.
Thanks, Dwayne. Patrick.
I always forget to unmute. I've actually been processing a lot of buildings through this language. And Dwayne, I will tell you, you made my job more exciting. And the language that is suggested is just fine. It is a little more complete than the Seattle code. It took quite a few really smart people to decompose the Seattle code, but we have done it and have processed it through the buildings, and it is working.
Thanks, Patrick. Larry. Hey, Larry, I can't hear you if you're speaking. I don't know if anybody else, can anybody else hear Larry?
No.
No.
Larry, somehow you're double muted or something. Kevin.
Yeah, I just wanted to agree with Dwayne's comments that and Patrick's comments that this looks good.
Okay. If the no action by tag adopted it with modifications as shown left, that seems to be where we're headed. So yeah, so that's where we'll go. And
Is that,
sorry.
is that
I can
better?
hear you now. Yeah, I can hear you now.
I'm sorry. I think I pressed some button that I didn't know. Sorry. My biggest thing is can you get equipment with the 250 watt additional part? That's the really thing. I'm thinking it's more like 500 watts a pop.
Now you can buy 250s, Larry. You might have to have a separate heater. I really study King Electric and Cadets. Cadets are made in Vancouver. Kings are actually made right down in Soto, and those two are the best. They have a lot of appliances. Trust me, you can get all these parts and pieces.
Okay, thanks, Patrick.
You're welcome.
I got a hairdryer that'll work.
They make a good hairdryer.
Yeah.
Okay, well, since I haven't heard people speak against this, we're just gonna move on and then we're gonna come back and vote on all these ones we don't change later. Next one is service water heating.
Yeah, so this one, I think this comment was about the alteration section of the service water heating option 2. And it was adding, it's proposing to add that sentence shown there. It's a really good one. Thank you, Mike. And it just the way it's currently written, it reads as if it's for the equipment that's already in the exceptions list, it exempts it from all of C404, whereas the intent was just to exempt those specific alteration conditions from C404.2.1, which is the heat pump section.
Larry, I see your hand up. Okay. Are there comments on this? It's clarifying the exception applies to one certain code section. So this is if no action by tag adopt edit is shown. So that's what Caroline spoke in support of. So next one is multi-pass.
Yeah, so this one I think is a comment. The definition right now, I think just uses the term multi-pass. And I think there was a comment from someone else in addition to Mike as well, suggesting that that definition reads multi-pass heat pump water heater instead of just the word multi-pass, if I understood it correctly. Just curious if anyone had feedback on that.
You're correct. That's the only sense in which multi-pass is used.
Yeah, and I asked Wayne, is that needed if it's the only context in which multi-pass and single pass are used? I guess it adds clarity in the definitions and throughout the code to use like the full term, but maybe it's just added words and everybody knows what it means. So that was kind of the question.
I've never heard anybody being confused about what this is. But it doesn't hurt. If that's the default, sure, go for it.
Okay.
Just one question. Will it be one word or will it have a dash in the middle of it? You got it both ways there.
Yeah, I think it will default to what is currently in C202. I can look it up.
Okay, never mind.
Go ahead, Larry.
I like the idea of having that extra wording in there. I think that's important. A lot of us know what things are going on, but a lot of people don't. So that extra clarification helps. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. I don't hear anyone speaking against this, so let's move on to the next one. Enclosure testing for dwelling units. And it kind of makes sense because you're talking about additional units being tested, and to me, this is kind of clarification, but if anybody has any other thoughts on it, let's hear them. Patrick.
Now, this whole testing thing, it's right about 50-50, Shell. 50% of the GCs take it on, no issues, and 50% of them are deathly afraid of it. You know, I mean, the more language we have and the more people that we try and get the 50% that are afraid of it into the group of those that take it on with welcome, let's do it, we can do this. That's the goal.
Agreed. Okay, Mike, go ahead. Fowler.
It was further up the screen, but I thought that we just looked at the same section where this is saying an additional 2 units and what was above was all remaining units. I thought it was the exact same section.
It was about remediation.
One is testing and one, right.
Yes, this one says you need to test additional units if they don't comply with the initial test. And then the other section says you must remediate something.
One was item 2 and one was item 3.
Thank you.
I see Patrick and Larry's hands up. I don't know if they're still up or if you have additional comments. Okay. The default action is to retain language as it is in the CR 102. Does anyone who want to speak for including the word initially in this?
It's good clarification.
Okay, so maybe someone want to make a motion to add the word initially?
I actually have decided it's not a good clarification.
Okay.
Just because then it, you know, you have the initial however many, 5 units or 7 units, and then you do these 2 additional units, and initially maybe includes those or doesn't.
Okay.
Okay, never mind. I'll go with Mike. Take the status quo.
Yeah. I think we should just go with the CR 102 and see what happens.
Okay. All right.
Agreed.
Unless anyone says anything, we'll just take that recommendation. Okay, next one, energy recovery ventilation.
Yeah, I think this is a good clarification. It was because those 2 sections mentioned cover different topics, it seemed like it should be an and statement instead of an either. So this seemed like a good clarification.
Any additional thoughts on that? Lisa.
Yeah, I was just going to chime in because this is part of my proposal, and I would agree that it's a good clarification.
Thanks, Lisa.
Then I would add that section should be sections, plural.
Section what?
Section should have an S on the end if we put and in the sentence.
In sections, yes. Good point. Good catch. Okay. All right, let's move on to the next one.
Yeah, so this is this next one was about installation of refrigerant piping, and the comment submitted just resulted in a bit of an overhaul. Not a massive, I don't think it fundamentally changed intent. It was just a big kind of rewrite, and so thought it was something for the tag to review if it's helping with clarity. Because I know there was lots of thought on this language.
But the default is to leave the language the way it is now.
Yes.
And I'm on board with that.
Okay, Larry?
Although I think it's weird we have a minimum insulation spec. Or yeah, maximum. I mean, we were setting a minimum conductivity up there.
Larry?
Yeah, I got a real problem with what you guys are using here, because the piping insulation people, they use all K factor. All your books come with K factors on all the pipe insulation, and you guys keep trying to bring it back to R factor and stuff. And it's, if you look at all the Corning books and all the people that make pipe insulation, it's all dictated off the K factor instead of what you guys are trying to use. And it becomes
That's not part of the public comment, Larry. So I sympathize. But that's not part of the public comment that we're reviewing right now. Does that make sense? Just to try and keep us on task here.
I understand. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. All right. So no action by tag retain languages in CRO 102. We've had several people suggest that that's a good idea. So, and I don't see anyone speaking against it. Next one, energy display.
So yeah, this was a bit of a longer comment as well. I should also pause and say that really greatly appreciate Mike, as some of you have probably observed, submitted a great deal of comments, and most of them are exceptionally helpful. So thank you, Mike. So specifically on this one, I just recall a lot of conversations about the use of energy consumption versus energy consumption rate, and the proposed edit kind of touches on that. So because there was, I think, a lot of thought put into that specific terminology, this was another one. Curious if there were strong opinions to adopt the edit. The default being to just leave it as it was.
I think I would support making this change to make it clear that that rate for the end uses that we defined is also included.
Okay, we have a suggestion that we make the change as proposed. Anybody else have thoughts on this? And Caroline, you kind of generally support the change if made?
Yeah, I think as long as it's not inadvertently changing the intent, which I don't think it is.
Okay.
Does it need a motion?
Yeah, why don't we have a motion on this one?
Which one are we taking on?
I move that we accept the change as shown on the screen to add that phrase.
Okay. Second, is there a second? Don't everybody jump at once. Is there a second for Dwayne's motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a second. We have a motion. Not in that order. Any further discussion?
Is there an advantage of that highlighted text over the text that Mike defines as better yet below? Or am I jumping ahead to another section? I'm sorry.
The highlight is in the next section.
Oh, sorry.
Yep. Okay, all in favor of this section, which is 409.4.3, in terms of accepting the modification, recommending it to the MVE, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, it passes. We're getting really close to when I know Caroline has to leave at 1, and she has been really, really important in kind of understanding all of these. And we're about 2/3 of the way maybe through these. Is there any way that Caroline, Stoyan, you could meet later and not at 1?
Well, the person who asked for the meeting, I don't know, I can push it for 5 minutes, 10 maybe.
Or I was thinking a half an hour, an hour.
I'm not sure I can do that, but the meeting will be, the meeting will be short.
Why don't you talk about C411?
Okay, that sounds good.
I can come back.
Okay, that sounds great.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good. Okay, well, let's work on the one ahead of us, and then we'll jump to C411 when Caroline has to leave.
Okay, this one, so C503.4.3, I think Mike's comment is just a way to improve clarity of the section. I think or better yet, suggestion, I had a little bit of a question of whether or not that started to change the requirement at the time I reviewed this. So my initial reaction was that the first one was a better clarification of the original language, but as with all of these other opinions. But
Any thoughts on this? Kevin, I think you wanted to say something about this section earlier.
Oh, I would just agree with Carolyn.
Okay. Lisa.
Yeah, I was basically just gonna say the same thing, that I'm glad Mike caught this, because we did kind of, as Carolyn mentioned, we kind of reframed some of the economizer exceptions. So this is improvement.
Okay, so this is the default action. So we can move to the next one since there doesn't seem to be dissension or contrary opinions. Next one.
It refers to a linked document.
so yeah, I guess on this one, maybe Krista, could we talk about that option 1, option 2? C426.
So we just went over the water heater one.
So this one's going to take a while if we, I think, right? The option 1 versus option 2.
Okay.
So, yeah, I guess I'm wondering how many people have to leave at 1 o'clock and will not be able to return. I think why don't we do a motion right now on moving all recommendations we've looked at thus far and not voted on to the MVE committee, just so we have all that wrapped up.
I make a motion and just what you just said.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, the motion on the table is to move forward to the MVE, all the recommendations we've looked at but not yet voted on thus far. It does not have to do with anything we haven't yet looked at today. So is there further discussion on that motion?
I guess I'd like to have in the record a clearer definition of those items, either page numbers or something.
I guess all the items
prior to page 11. So we could say, yes, pages 1 through 10.
Okay, that's my understanding of the motion.
Okay.
As well. So is there further discussion on this? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Okay, so we've moved a lot of stuff to the MVE committee now. If we lose people such that we don't have a quorum, we at least have taken care of the stuff we've taken care of. Okay.
Can we see a show of hands for the number of people who do have to leave at 1?
Yeah, Lisa, take your hand down. How many people have to leave at 1 that are tag members? Lots of you. Lots of you, okay.
Does that ruin our quorum?
I think that would hurt our quorum. The other thing I think, Kristen, you can correct me if I'm wrong about this, but the tag could review items and just not vote on them in an official capacity, but unofficially suggest things to MVE committee based on recommendations.
Yes, although even losing 8 people, we still may have a quorum.
Okay. Okay, well, let's proceed and go as long as we can keep quorum. Does someone want to make a motion to extend the meeting for another hour?
I move that we extend the meeting for another hour.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second, this is Kevin.
Okay. Further discussion.
We're having so much fun.
Yeah. It's a beautiful, beautiful Friday. All right. All in favor of extending for 1 hour until 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, say aye.
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 Hey,
Any opposed, say nay. Okay. All right, well, let's start. Let's go on to the next one. And I
no,
think
real
the
quick, a clarifying question.
Yeah.
Real quick, Shell. Just so are we? Is the goal today to get through just the green ones and not even talk about the clear ones, or is the goal to get through all of the clear ones as well?
The goal was to get through all the green ones, and then if tag members have comments on the other ones, for us to then address those items. Are there non-green items, Chris, that you would like to address?
I just want to know. Yeah, just curious when. I guess the emissions factor was the one I wanted to have a comment on. But yeah,
I couldn't tell. Did you say you had a comment on a non-green item?
yeah. I'm sorry. Yes, on the emissions one for me and Robinson was basically I wanted to have a comment when we get there.
Okay. So the way the way I was thinking to try and get through all this would be to tackle the green items, and then if we have time, tackle the other items. And then there's recommendations. If the no action by tag, then and nobody brought it up, then we would do the things written in there. Written in the if no action by tag, address changes as shown in the document on this one. And then on the one you were going to bring up, the default action was to not accept that any changes based on the comment.
Yeah, which I saw that.
Yep, and that's.
Yeah, I guess I'm okay with that. I'm good with that one. So.
Okay, yeah. I think it's just too late in the process to accept that, accept a change based on that comment. But of course, the tag members can do what they want. So yeah, I think let's plow through the green ones, and then when we get to the end, we'll ask if there's any comments on the white ones, and then address those as we can. Okay. So is the next one the option 1 versus option 2 one?
Yeah, I mean, I think, Shell, we just have left of green ones, these couple in C406 and then C411. And then I think that one right there, we've already talked about. That's the same one as before. And then I think the ones below here were all of the lighting ones we already did as well.
Okay. So let's go to C411 because Caroline has to leave. Let's start with the C411 ones, and then we'll come back to C406.
I'd like to come back to C404. So I disagree with the default action there.
Is that one of the white ones?
It's a green one. It's just above 406.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry,
Oh, sorry. Wait, which one are you talking about, Mike? Oh.
Go over those.
It's not highlighted dark green.
But we can go to do C411 now.
Okay, let's do C411 and then we can come back to others later. So C411 is the solar section, and there was some question in this in the CR102 code language about what happens if you can't reach the solar requirements on site. So I don't think if you scroll down a little bit, I think there's some things addressed here, and then the specific actions were for this, okay, so there are three options presented by Mike Kennedy. And based on reviewing this, and I reviewed this and made these recommendations, we thought that option 2 was the best, but exception 3 was a good part from item 1, from option 1. So exception 3 suggests that the buildings that don't have adequate roof area to install the required on-site solar may install a lesser amount of solar on their roofs. It doesn't specify exactly how much, but it says not zero. So that was a good exception in the people to review this opinion, because there will be some buildings that just don't have the roof space on it and don't meet the other 2 exceptions. Then if you scroll down to option 2, that was the main option that we thought was the kind of the best path forward. So retaining or using this suggested modification in options, but adding exception 3 to this option, and that this basically adds a couple of and complies with, and then there's a little bit of language modification as well.
Is it possible to enlarge that? Because I think the change you're talking about is in the exceptions, right? That are now, yeah.
Yeah, so it's basically just adding and they comply with section R4 11.1.1. Which allows offsite renewables.
So.
Okay, David ready.
Sorry, my mistake. I had my hand up by accident.
Okay, Lisa.
Yeah, can you go back up to the other exception I think that we're talking about? Let's see, where is that? Yeah, so the one in the red box, is that what we're discussing?
Yeah, I think we can take this in pieces if we want. So exception 3.
Yeah, so I'm not a fan of deferring to the code official. However, this does seem pretty wide open, where it just says buildings which can document that they don't have adequate roof area. It feels like that they need to get, code official approval on this to be able to get out of it. That's just my 2 cents.
It should be a fairly straightforward calculation.
Yeah, and
they need to show their work.
Yeah, they need to. I mean, it's one of those things that can they just say, oh, well, we can't, we don't have adequate roof area, and they just turn the drawing set in. We have other things in the code where, because they're taking an exemption or whatever, they do have to check in with the code official and just do it.
Oh, does this mean that they have to they would still have to do off-site renewables instead? Is that right? Or what?
Okay, there's 2 steps here. One is whether we create this exception for buildings that don't qualify for 2, but actually don't have enough roof area. And this comes up because the original proposal was, I think, limited to the 3 floors, and during the tag process, we apply to all floors. And that's why this exception is needed. Then the difference between the options, option 1 here basically says you'd have to put in, you'd have to fill it out with offsite up to 0.5. Option 2 is the original language, which just says you need 18 extra credits in C406. So, and that's the option 2. So what Chell is suggesting is we take this and add it to option 2. So the alternate for these buildings would be 18 more credits. which they can get with offsite by putting in 0.15 to 0.3, depending on the building type, watts per square foot of offsite. So they actually get to put in less offsite.
Yeah, I agree with Lisa that this language is hard on building officials. I would just say, instead of which can document that they do not have, just say without adequate roof areas. I mean,
Yeah.
uh,
That's what I was thinking. Just take the, I mean, first of all, buildings don't document, but aside from that, you know, buildings that do not have adequate roof area to meet the minimum requirements of this section, whatever.
Okay.
With prior approval of the code official or something like that. I'm sorry, I'm not coming up with the right words yet, but something along that line.
Okay. So I guess I will, as we go through this, there's the exception, but I think before we talk about this exception, to Mike's point, we should look at the main language in option 2 and decide if that's the right path, and then see if we want to add exception 3. I think that'd be a better way of considering this. So if you scroll down to option 2, so option 2 is this additional 18 efficiency package credits from section C406.2. And then striking this. So I guess the recommendations are to accept option 2 with exception 3. And I guess, are we agreed that option 2 is the best one first? Seems like the first question. The second question is, does exception 3 good addition to option 2? Does that seem like a good way to proceed, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I think the concern, my comment on this was written, I think, assuming that offsite renewable was not part of C406. And offsite renewables are a part of C406, and they can, 18 credits is about between, well, it's about a third of, you know, it's 0.15 to 0.3 watts per square foot. So buildings qualifying for an exception could put in a much smaller amount of offsite renewables.
Mm-hmm.
And that was my concern about this option.
Yep.
In option 1, I just said, hey, you've got to make 0.5, you know, you have to use offsite and you have to put in 0.5 watts. So you'd actually get more offsite out of it. But that is would be, I guess, more stringent than this, the way this is worded.
Patrick.
Regarding, I think it's option 2, line number 3. All projects have a roof plan. It does not need to have pre-approval by a building official. You just submit your roof plan and have everything laid out on your roof, your drains, your HVAC, your green roof, everything's there. And that's how you prove that you don't have room.
So that's in support of including exception 3 from above?
Yes, we could do that. Just require a complete roof plan, and if it's incomplete, the building official can write a correction comment and say, please complete your roof plan. That's the process.
Is there Why did you prefer the 18 credit formulation, which allows less offsite from the option 1, which requires 0.5, Shell?
Additional 18 efficiency credits do not require offsite renewable energy. That's certainly an option that can be done, but it is also an option to do other things that would increase efficiency on site. So I wanted to leave that option. One thing I don't want to do is require owners of smaller buildings to have to enter into an offsite renewable energy contract. I think it can be, I think at the large scale, it's a thing that can be done. At a small scale, it's a bit more challenging. So one thing putting my lens on this is that I didn't want, if someone's building a 15,000 square foot building and they can't put renewable energy on site, that they would have to enter into a very small offsite renewable energy contract. So that was one of the reasons why I think the 18 additional efficiency credits is better, because it allows them to pursue those credits from lots of options in C406.
I agree with you, Shel, 100%, because I see a lot of those projects.
I do somewhat, except I feel like we're basically saying really big buildings can do quite a bit less than little buildings. Little buildings will have to do on-site mostly. Big tall buildings won't have to, they'll have to do some, but most of it can be off-site.
Well, this is just about the C411 required on-site solar, right?
Right.
So go ahead.
But by having this out to C406 with such a low credit value, it really lets the tall buildings off the hook. I mean, if this value was 60, then it would be kind of equivalent. Of course, it changes by building type, but
yeah, I felt the option 2 with the exception 3 was the cleanest of the options and most implementable, but certainly imperfect in the ways you're mentioning. So that's my opinion of it.
Okay.
Patrick, you said your piece?
Yes, I'll take my hand down.
Okay, Larry.
In the Spokane area, we got to have a third party review everything before it even goes to the code official. And that's what they look for. They look for, if the third party reviews give you the thumbs up, then you're fine. They don't allow any commercial that doesn't have third party review anymore here in the Spokane area. And I don't know how that is over on your side, over on the west side, but code official really doesn't want to be involved in it anymore over here, because he doesn't have the understanding and the knowledge of what needs to be done. So that's why we've went to a third party review. It's just required.
Hey, Larry, it's Patrick. There's very little third party review west of the mountains.
Oh, I'm sorry. We just kind of accepted it now. I mean, they said they don't have the technical ability, which is probably true,
Yeah, I believe that.
Codes are complicated. Gavin.
Yeah, I just had a question for Patrick. When you talked about the roof documentation earlier, wouldn't the like the direct beams of sunlight in the first exception that we're looking at here, wouldn't that indicate that there is a little more than just a set of construction documents? Wouldn't there be like a shading analysis of the project?
Yeah, you can do that, and that could be required. I spend a lot of time on roofs, Gavin, because I'm the guy that gets to average all the sloped rigid. And, you know, the roof plans since the last two code cycles, especially in the city of Seattle where they have mandatory solar, they're very complete. I mean, we have to show everything that we're doing up there. It's like a other floor roof. And we have a lot of cuts through the roof because green roofs are different than other portions of the roof. Plus the amenity space. I guess, Shell, that the only problem with 3 is what if they decide the whole roof is amenity space to get out of solar? You know?
Yeah, I guess that could happen. There's some serious exiting requirements if a large roof is turned into amenity space. So it's not free to just call it amenity space. You have to probably put in a big stairs and things like that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you'd have to have all that and it'd all be drawn, but you know.
That would be covered under exception 2.
Yeah, that's true. Yep. It's already
Except
covered.
3 actually requires them to put in some kind of system. And at that point, why not? I mean, I think that's part of the design of exception 3 is if they have to put in part of a system, they're going to probably they'll probably build it out pretty well.
I think once you put in the inverter and all the
And
other
just-
stuff, you probably.
And just for everybody's knowledge, there really isn't a lot of pushback against solar anymore. Where in the 12 code, when it first came out in the city of Seattle, oh yeah, but that's almost 10 years ago. It is 10 years, you know, there's not a lot of pushback anymore. People have embraced it.
Okay, that's awesome to hear. Let's try and go through these reasonably quickly. Andy.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to express some discomfort with leaving the language as broad as it is related back to this, what's required to show compliance with that exception 3. It feels like, again, kind of to the like, you know, maybe you can just put a big green roof and then not put any solar. And I don't know. I think that having some level of, if you're saying that we can do a partial array, I think having some better boundaries around what does a partial array mean is worthwhile, because otherwise you're just using exception 2, right? Like, what's the benefit of this exception 3?
It's only for buildings where they have less than 80%, but can't get enough solar on the roof. When you get up to 20 stories, they're not, you know, they need like 60 or 70% of the roof to get.
Yeah. So, I mean, are we saying that then projects, if there's 70% coverage, then have to put in 2 panels?
They have to put in something. I mean, they're going to have if they have less than 20%, then they're going to qualify for exception 2. So this is only going to apply to buildings with more than 20% of their roof available. So they can put in a few panels.
So Andy, to respond to your comment, I think if we can move forward with something today that we think is okay, at the MVE committee, if you want to come back with better guardrails on, or somebody else wants to come back with better guardrails on exception 3, we'd love to talk about that. But unless we have code language in front of us today, I think it's just going to take us 45 minutes to get through it. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wayne.
Yeah, 2 things. I want to change the word may to are permitted to, and change that not 0 at the end to no less than 5 kilowatts. Yeah.
How many square feet is that, Dwayne?
Yeah,
about
we
500.
would love to keep our customers informed and keep that relationship. So I appreciate you reaching out to us. And
Gavin, are you
I'd
talking?
expect that to be like 500 square foot or something like that. So
Okay.
But yeah, it's something, some guardrail around that. I like that, Dwayne.
Lisa.
Yeah, I was over here futzing with possible language changes myself. I think at the top there, it really should say something, more direct, like buildings that do not have, buildings that do not have adequate roof area to comply are permitted to install a lesser amount of on-site renewable. And I'm writing it right now. I can send it via email, but something along that line, just a little bit more direct.
Okay, how about we handle that at the MVE if we have some changes to that, but I think it should say buildings that do not have adequate roof area. Maybe which is that?
Yeah, buildings that do not have adequate roof area, kind of simplify. Yeah, just take out.
Can you change which to that, Krista, in the first sentence? There we go. Any other comments, especially about whether option 2 with an exception 3 that's very similar to this are a good way forward? Dwayne.
Oh, sorry, I didn't bring my hand down.
Okay, Lisa.
Yeah, the other detail I was going to mention was we could just really simplify this, and buildings that do not have adequate roof area to comply are permitted. Instead of, not have adequate roof area to install the required on-site solar.
The concern there, Lisa, is that this is an exception to the section, so they wouldn't have to then do C411.1.1.
I see that. Okay.
And I don't know how exactly to do that, but that's, that was, and you'll notice there's a change in the 2 exceptions before that.
Okay.
So I think, so I think I would support you to do not have adequate roof area to comply.
Yeah.
And delete install the required on-site solar.
Yeah, that's where I was going with it. Thank you.
Okay.
Strike that.
Patrick.
Yeah.
I have one final comment.
Wait a minute. Sorry. They do not have adequate roof area to comply.
And that comply.
Yeah, area to comply, and that also comply with section C411.1.1.
And that comply with, yes.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that, Patrick. I cut you off.
That's okay. So my final comment for everybody to think about on this is you've passed new code that requires heat pump technology for surface water heating. You've passed new code that requires heat pump technology for space heating. And since I know what we've passed, I get all the questions, and the questions are, where do they expect us to put all this stuff? And so, you could have mini split solar farms, mini split farms on the roof that pretty much consume most of it. I have a 320 unit building called Acme Chicken, was the original site. And we did that whole building with mini splits, and they're on the roof, they're everywhere, they're on the side. We're running out of room for everything is what I'm trying to say. And so we really need this language in there because it needs an off-ramp. It's like comments that come to me are, man, they want everything. And I go, well, yeah, that's what they want. But you're going to run into this situation, so you need an off-ramp.
Yep. Thanks, Patrick. So you agree with exception 3?
Yeah, I think we have to have exception 3.
Great. Okay, let's move on, Larry.
My question is the 5 kW requirement and like a coffee shop or like a McDonald's. If you ever been on the roof there, if you got a coffee shop, I think this would apply to a coffee shop where you come in and drive in. It's a commercial building. And so how are you going to get 5 kW on top of that?
There's a floor area exception here, 10,000 square feet.
Okay, okay.
Would be a very large coffee shop.
5 kW is 11 panels.
Okay.
I had 5 kW in my old house, and it's not large.
It's not large. Okay.
Well, it was 18 panels, but that was 2016 times. Now they have better panels. That was over 250s or something like that. Gavin.
I just want to speak up, the purist in me here. If we are creating guardrails, is this the time to address that 5 kW is a unit of power and not a unit of energy? And would we not rather represent that less than value before we go look for other sources of energy in a source of energy? Does that make sense?
I'm not quite sure I understand, Gavin.
Well, so we're setting up guardrails, and 5 kW in Seattle oriented east is going to produce less energy than 5 kW in Spokane oriented south. And I feel like if there's a time and a place in the code to, this section doesn't really do that. Everything is units of power, but when we are creating guardrails, do we want to do that? I want to just prevent the installation of poor solar. And 5 kW pointed northeast, or I think that it might need to be the place to say kilowatt hours annually or something to that effect.
Yeah, so I guess my inclination is that the person who installs it will hopefully have an incentive to want to generate more energy, and so they'll orient it south or flat or the right direction. But that's kind of their behavior decision.
In the residential
like I said earlier,
code,
anyone can come back to the MBE with suggested modifications to this. I hope we don't get lots and lots and lots of suggestions, but if we pass something today, and since we don't have code language in front of us, to comply with what you're saying, Gavin, somebody mute. Then I guess I suggest we move forward with something very similar to what we have on the screen right now, and that if somebody has code language that is very similar but slightly better, Gavin, then bring it to the MBE and we'll consider it.
I move that we accept the exception 3 that's on the screen right now, along with option 2.
We have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
What's the motion again?
The motion,
option 2 with the revised exception 3 that we see on the screen.
I'll second.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion?
Could we look at option 2?
Yep. Let's look at option 2.
Okay, so it has that change. So the one comment I had on this option was that instead of 18 credits, if you wanted to specify the credits as, you know, the number of credits that they'd have to do if they were doing 0.5 watts of offsite instead of 18. So it'd be 40 to 60 depending on building type. And I think there's some suggested language over there. It doesn't sound like people want to make that change, but it really bugs me that tall buildings are going to get such a easy route out.
All right, are there further discussion, Gavin? Andy? Or Gavin, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, regarding the tall buildings, I mean, there is kind of this, are those high rises going to be doing prescriptive versus C407? I did want to just comment that in C407, there is that second site energy metric that is going to be really tricky to hit with just efficiency. I think we're going to be seeing a decent push towards on-site and or off-site renewable as part of that C407. So just to say, this isn't in a vacuum. C411 is mandatory for C407. I think that may be addressed functionally elsewhere in the code.
Yes, and Andy, we do see that virtually all of the high-rise buildings here are C407 projects.
But they're that because that's the easy path through code right now.
When you're spending that much money on a building, you can afford $20,000 to hire Andy.
Right, but I'm just saying it's also because it's the easy path through code right now.
It's not as easy as it used to be, but it's got some advantages.
Okay, let's do a voice vote on this. All in favor of the motion, as stated, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay. Thanks, everybody, for your awesome discussion. It's great to get all these thoughts in here. That's C411 edits. So is Caroline back? Did you make it back, Caroline?
Yes, I'm back.
There you are. Should we jump back up to C4?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
So Krista, oh, sorry, I'll let her finish what she's doing.
Modify exception 3. Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so the first item there was, I think, an oversight in the efficiency measure table. There was one item that was left with those TBDs. And so Reed looked at that one, and this particular measure is a measure that gives you credits if your temperature maintenance system uses heat pump instead of electric resistance. And so I think he looked at that, and Krista sent a Word doc that I think showed the proposed values for that measure. So I'm not sure that's something.
Was I included on that email?
Maybe. Yeah, again, I guess it's not something, it's points that are similar to the heat trace and the other things that address kind of research systems.
Oh, here.
Cool. Yeah, I think if you go to page 6, it shows those proposed points. There we go. Yeah. So just wanted to highlight that for the tag. And then the other item that is addressed, I think, in this same Word document, and just for clarity, where it says section C406 edits, just to the left where it says Mike Kennedy, that one, similarly to all the other documents we've been looking at, that has comments on every single comment, and we're just pulling out the kind of the green ones. So the other one in that Word document is this peak electrical prices versus peak building demand comment. And so talking with Mike and Reed about that one, and Krista, I think if you go to page 29, what Mike's comment had kind of pointed out was that throughout the load management section, the terms peak period and demand pricing, and occasionally some of the measures refer to price signals, and which would require in your building automation system or whatnot that you're taking an input from a utility signal, or that you have capability of taking that input so that you could have a strategy responding to that. Versus was the idea that you could just be trying to reduce your own building peak, not necessarily in response to a utility signal, if said utility signal is not yet available. And so he proposed some alternate language to address Mike's comment in kind of the charging language of C406.3. I think, Krista, if you go to page 29 is where that is.
It just kept telling me that there were only 10 pages.
Okay, yeah. So if you scroll up a tiny bit more, I think the proposed change in this period or this section was in C406.3 to add this language that kind of explained what was meant by peak period. And then in the subsequent load management measures to use that term, where that term could refer to any of these strategies overall, likely increasing flexibility in the way that these credits are applied and enforced. I'll pause there. There's a third issue in here, but just pause after those two.
All right, any thoughts on this? I think this allows more flexibility.
Yeah, I also think this is a lot to digest in this setting. So it could be further discussed at the MVE meeting if folks have revisions or thoughts or comments on it.
Looking to see if any of your electrical utility friends are on the phone, and Irina and I think Chris are, neither of them are here. So Mike.
So, and you deleted stuff further down related to price signal?
Yeah, it's like, I think Reed made those edits, but we can double check that. I think all of his latest edits, Mike, are shown in that simplify peak comment. I think that was his intent here.
So these can all be characterized as corrections and refinements in the document, right?
I think so. This one is a clarification. It's not changing requirements. Okay. So I guess then the other highlighted issue that I think might have more opinions is, Krista, do you have the PDF on, yeah, the option 1 and 2 for C406? Yes, that one. Yeah, I don't think it's any of these. It was like a single page PDF excerpt document. I guess I can kind of try to explain the issue while we're looking at it. So yeah, I think this one right here says TBD and what the issue is. So this is option 1. So as it says, this is the option that would go into force if the heat pump water heating option in the main section is not adopted. And so just how this came together at the end in C406, I think had a couple issues that Mike helpfully pointed out. One of them being that it was unclear. So whether water source heat pumps and how they were being addressed. And so the way this section is written is there's kind of that first little tiny sentence, project shall achieve credits through compliance with either C406-2631 or C406-2632. And so C4062631 is for smaller systems, so 24 kW or less. And then the whole second section is basically a copy of, it applies to central heat pump water, surface water heating sections, and it was grabbed from like the main proposal. So just to orient people, there's like two different sizes kind of addressed in two different ways. And so Mike's comments brought up the issue about water source heat pumps and how those were being addressed. And so there is some proposed language that Krista, I thought, had gotten sent to you via email.
Is different than the last file I looked at, Caroline.
Yeah, this, what's shown right here does not have any of the proposed,
Okay.
Mike. This is just.
Do you know when it was sent about? I can search it out.
Let me just re-forward it to you, I think. Sorry. Okay. And so that's on its way to you, Krista, just re-forwarding it. So I think the way we landed on it was that the top one that only applies to smaller heat pumps might be best as restricted to only air source heat pumps. And then the one for central heat pump water heating was air source or ground source, with the idea being that there's a credit right before this one that gives you credit for some of the things that live as exceptions in the main heat pump water heater section. So things like solar thermal or water source heat pumps from waste heat. And so this section was just kind of more easily rectified by deleting in this smaller capacity area the references to water source equipment, and projects could still get credit for that partially through using the credit that is right before this one. So anyway, hopefully that was some level of explanation, and Mike, you can definitely help clarify that. I'll pause there.
Go ahead, Mike.
I think that explained it. I think the concern with water source is that it's often then backed by another fuel, which could be gas, or some other fuel. So it's not as efficient as an air source or a ground source heat pump. So it's not really on par. So it felt like and this originally did say air source. So we just chose to preserve that air source and strike the water source here. So.
Thanks, Mike. Larry?
Yeah, I don't like the idea of reducing what a smaller system can do. We do a lot of water to water heat pumps because we have the aquifer out here, and they're by far a lot more efficient than any air source heat pump. When we got the unlimited water at 100 feet or less out here in the valley under the world's largest aquifer, that's at 50 degrees, you're going to do a lot better efficiency wise with a water to water heat pump than an air source, because our temperature outside drops dramatically. But if we can plug into that aquifer and get 50-degree water, and we're only pumping from 50 feet, I mean, that's a no-brainer. Okay. But to limit what they can do isn't right. I mean, you need to give them credit where credit's due.
It's not limited under central heat pump.
Yeah, but we can do the same thing with water heaters now in this area. I mean, we have extreme cold here, and they do have water source heat pumps that could do that for us. And that's one way we can do things. And we need to get the credits for doing that. Okay. I mean, you want here and want there, but give us what's due. I mean, it should be, how efficient are you getting it out of the ground, or how efficient are you getting it out of the air? It shouldn't matter what size it is. Okay. The best thing you can do is reduce the load and do it as with as least amount of energy that you can.
So you're talking about ground source as the alternate here.
Right. Pump and dumps. We have pump and dumps, and then we have a lot of just ground to earth. But ground to earth, when you talked about backing it up, the only reason why we use backup anymore, and my personal company is in case we lose our power and then we go to backup gas to heat that area for an emergency purpose. That's the last field I did was 1,000 feet and almost 100 feet, and it was 8 feet deep. Okay.
Larry, are you talking open well ground source or closed loops?
Both. I'm talking about both.
Okay.
You drill first you have to get a permit from the state, which takes an act of God almost, to get one of the most efficient things done. Okay. But we can drill a well here in the valley. In fact, you can go out by the truck stop and you can see the water in a hole that Central Premix dug in the yard out there is the aquifer. It's that close. So 50 feet. And if you look at the energy it takes to pump 50 feet up and out and back down into the ground, it's very little energy. Okay. It's almost like what you're putting that fan out, but with no temperature drop.
Well,
I mean,
so Larry, I guess just to clarify, is that considered ground source or water source?
It would be ground source open loop.
Okay.
Loop. So you have closed
ground
loop.
source, wouldn't it qualify under here?
Well, that's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that it might not for smaller ones. And that's what I want to be clear about. I don't want to lose.
I think when we were discussing this, that we were not thinking that ground source would be an option here because of the size. Let's look at the language in the central heat pump service section. And if that seems like it works, then we could just bring some of that language up here and say air source and ground source.
I like the idea of open and closed loop, both of them. And what we look at, I mean, I look at it all the time. I don't want to go much more than about 100 feet because then the energy is expended is too much. Okay. So that's what we need to really be looking at is what the COP is when we get done with everything we're doing.
So Larry, I think that what their worry was that, there are systems that have a water loop but the water's heated with gas. And then you just have little heat pumps in each space that take heat off that water.
Mm-hmm.
And that I think is the concern, that we needed to word it such that it didn't allow for a gas-fired water loop to count the same way.
Yeah, my personal company, we're doing it all ground loop, but we have a gas backup in case those compressors go down or I lose power, because when we do a lot of radiant, okay, and we're heating and cooling with the radiant under my patented company, and the thing about it is if I don't want to use glycol, I don't want to use glycol because glycol costs me efficiency. So if I can put a gas backup on there in case I lose power and the guy only has to have a small 5,000 kW generator to keep his place from freezing up, that's the way I'm going to push the man. I don't want a glycol system that's going to be cost me penalties for every day that system's in the case I lose power. Okay.
Larry, I think your point is well taken by Mike and Caroline that open loop system is actually a really efficient source. And I think there's been a suggestion that we include that in this. Would that then satisfy your?
Yeah, I think so. Okay. I
Great.
think we got to put limits though on the depth though too. I mean, we gotta work the numbers here.
Yep. Okay. So we no longer have a quorum in this tag meeting. Krista just let me know. So Krista, I guess what can the remaining pieces of this tag do such that this doesn't all fall in the lap of the MBE committee next week?
The remaining members can still make a recommendation and just note that it was not with a quorum of the tag members present.
Okay,
And the MVE committee can take that under advisement.
okay. So we could vote, but it would just be a non-binding, non-quorum vote.
Yeah, it's just a,
Right, yeah. A
Yeah.
non-quorum recommendation. Okay,
Straw poll.
a straw poll, okay. All right, so I heard what Larry said, and I heard that Caroline and Mike both thought that something could be done about that. Caroline or Mike, do you want to suggest what could be done about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's great to hear that sources for smaller than 24 kW. I think if you scroll down just a touch, Krista, that concern or avenue is certainly addressed, I think, in the existing language for larger systems, for central heat pump service water heating systems. And this section does allow for earning of credits for both air source or ground source. I think the thought was the smaller systems might not go there, but maybe if they're attached to a larger space heating system or something. So I think we could incorporate an allowance for ground source in the smaller size category as well, if that's the direction the tag wants to go.
Okay, and is that something we could do at the MVE committee then, in time for the MVE committee?
Yeah, I'm happy to work on that.
Awesome. Kevin?
All
I can't
muted.
hear you, Kevin, for some reason.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yep.
Great.
Now I
Just a clarifying question. So if the intent of this section is to eliminate gas heat input to a heat pump loop, is there another option that would permit that? That is to say, this appears to be a backup if 136 is not accepted. But is there a pathway by which gas would remain a viable heat source? And I bring this up because the NEA Washington Code Map study shows that water source heat pumps in particular achieve that 70% path to savings with a water source heat pump with gas heat in it. Long question, sorry.
Yeah, I guess we're trying to kind of clean up language in the current CR 102 of what the tag passed earlier this year, and I guess I don't know enough to know if what you're proposing is a vast change from what the CR 102 had for this option one or not.
Oh, I'm not making a proposal. I'm just wondering, asking the question about the structure of the code. Well, I lack clarity here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Kevin, I don't think I have much clarity for you other than that my understanding was the intent of this particular C6 measure was to try to mimic as much as possible the main measure up in the prescriptive part of the code. And so that was all that was like trying to be done here. And in the main part of the code, things like solar thermal and wastewater heat recovery and all those sorts of things are dealt with in an exception. And it that was the piece that seemed to be intentionally left out of this. So
Gotcha.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, thanks for the
Not much more
clarification.
clarity, but-
Okay. Are there suggestions for, it sounds like we can't pass anything. We could make an advisory vote that's based on not having a full quorum. And then we can also readdress this at the MBE with additional ground source heat pump, water source heat pump language. So I guess, I don't know if someone can make an motion, but I guess, Krista, if we don't have a quorum, can someone actually make a motion, or is this just how would we suggest that we agree on something and in a non-binding way?
If the consensus of the remaining people, tag members, are in agreement with something that could be noted. I'm not sure how you would go forward with a vote or a motion. You could just do straw poll or something like that, but.
About
Okay.
a voice, you know, you can Shelley, you can just ask.
Yep.
People support what we've arrived at this point.
Okay. And this is tricky because we're expecting something to happen at the MDE. How many people, if we come up with adequate water source, ground source, as brought up by Larry, how many people that are tag members agree with the direction of the markups on here?
You want a raised hand or a voice?
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any tag members opposed say nay. Okay, so I guess we'll pass on that it was without exception. The tag members felt that this was a good path forward, noted that we wanted some better language, revised language on the subject that I mentioned about ground source and water source.
So did ground source get added to the small system section 2631?
Yeah, that was my understanding, Mike, that I think a little bit of added language there to make sure that if you have that situation.
So we're going to add ground source up there and that.
Yeah.
Next to air source. Okay.
Yeah, with language to be developed between now and the MBE committee meeting. Mike Rosenberg.
I just wanted to suggest, I think the concern was that open loop ground, you know, there's a couple of things. There's a closed loop ground source heat pump and open loop, and then there's a ground water source heat pump. So I think you're covered with ground source, both the open and closed loop, but maybe not the ground water source, which I think maybe it was Larry was wanting to make sure got covered at, you know, surface pump and dump system. So that might be the terminology you want to use. That's also how the equipment is classified in the efficiency tables.
Great. Okay, Caroline, as you're developing that language, Mike Rosenberg has some thoughts on it. Okay, I think we've adequately disposed of this one. Were there other tag things that we should look at on this particular page 20?
I don't think so, Jill. I think those were the major C406 items. I think there was lots of other edits, unless you had something else in C406.
No, not here. So if we go back to the main document, we're through most of this. We talked about C4 and 11 already.
Jill, did we address Mike's second comment there with the edits to C407? Bottom of page 12. Did we already do that one?
So those are in the like white colored tag review thing. So
Oh, gotcha.
Those once we're done with all the green ones.
Already squared away, so.
So I think we're almost done with the green ones.
Could we go to 404?
Did we skip 404?
Well, you skipped 2 items. What?
Were they the green ones?
I don't know where we are. Right. Oh, that's white.
But they're not green.
Let's do, I think there's one more green one down at the bottom.
I did agree with that retain.
And then we'll come back to other ones. So this one.
This one, Shell, we've already talked about. It's
Okay,
identical to an issue we already talked about. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess we're done with and the TBD ones were the lighting ones. So I guess it's open right now to anybody to bring up any of the white ones or any of the other ones, because we're done with the green ones. So yeah, if we want to go to 404.
Yeah, and this was the proposed water heater efficiency table, and there were a lot of small changes made to this, particularly to the footnotes. There were some misordered footnotes And then the footnotes were ordered, so they're kind of in the standard, order of occurrence format. And the reference standards were updated to the relevant reference standards. This was all came out of the IECC process. And I think we should adopt it. I think well, at least the corrected footnotes I really feel need to be in there. I don't know if we want to go look at the file, but.
Which one are you talking about in particular now?
The whole water heater efficiency table,
Okay.
C4.2. So, and I don't know why Caroline thought this wasn't something we needed to adopt, but.
Yeah, since you said my name, I think this was, I guess I'll pitch it over to Krista to chime in on this one.
Yeah, my big problem with this was specifically footnote H, which has language that has not been approved yet at the national level. And I really don't want to have something codified as requiring manufactured listing or labeling that in the end is not going to be the same as that required by other codes and standards. So
That's
as it
code.
What?
That language is in our current code. And it's in the DOE register. This is not a code definition. This is a standards definition.
Okay.
Talking about the pool heater stuff?
The grid enabled water heater, and it's a special category. And the reason it's a big deal is because now with the new performance measures, at 55 gallons, pretty much tanks have to be heat pump water heaters. Well, in grid enabled can go to are larger than 75 gallons. And this is letting them be resistance. So people at the IECC, the reason this is here as a result of the IECC process is people made a strong case that this definition needed to stay as part of the efficiency table. So having gone through it, I realized I didn't know what a grid-enabled water heater was, and I actually didn't understand the point of it, and I didn't know what a tabletop was, and this just kind of answers those questions. But those definitions are based in our current code. So let's put it this way, if we don't adopt the majority of these changes, there are some I'd have to pull out. There's a number of I don't know, 5 or 6 footnote changes that need to happen. Like just with the CR 102 file, there are errors. I didn't think any of these other changes would be controversial.
So you've got an option 1 and 2 there? What's right? No, in the footnotes. What's that about?
Option 1, option 2. That's if option 1 with the water heat and option 2 with the water heat, the heat pump proposal. So if we go option 1 on the heat pump water heater, then that would be the footnote. And if we go option 2, then that would be the footnote.
Okay.
We are sadly out of time.
Phil and I also have to drop, but I just wanted to note on this one that there was legislation passed in Washington about grid-enabled water heaters, and it does not just apply to electric resistance, but also to heat pump water heaters. So that might be a question for Commerce since they're implementing
it. These look like good footnotes. Does anybody have any objection to them?
I guess, Krista, you had an initial objection. Is that, did you understand it now and I have no issue with it? from a consistency or technical standpoint?
Sorry, still muted. I would still like to verify.
Okay. Okay, so we are out of time. I guess we could extend the meeting if we want. We don't have a quorum. Can we extend the meeting without a quorum, Krista? You know?
Well,
believe
first
you
we should
can.
see who wants to stay on. I think 5 hours is my limit.
Yeah, it's been a long time. Yeah, okay. We haven't resolved this one. We could probably give an advisory vote on it right now if we wanted to. But does anybody want to take an action on this one or suggest we take an action on this one?
Well, I'm kind of interested to hear why Rosenberg has his hand up, but I think I want to.
Just up from before, sorry.
Okay. I'd motion to approve Mike's footnotes edits here as shown.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second, and no quorum, but we can vote on it anyway. Larry, did you have any comments on this specific piece?
Yeah, my biggest question is, what are we talking about the flat top water heaters? I mean, is this given an exception for them? Because they don't make a hybrid flat top water heater, cabinet water heater. I mean, does this give you an exception so you can at least go back in and replace it, or is this?
Tabletop units have their own DOE standard efficiency rating.
Okay.
It's a specific category that they have defined. And they get quite big, up to 120 gallons. It's got to be a beefy table.
I've never seen one over 50 gallons. Okay. But my only concern is that we're still able to replace them, because it would take a large act to move it someplace else in some of these places, because that's where they were put. That's
these are the national standards.
Okay.
There's nothing, well, I shouldn't say that. There's a small gap on heat pumps where there is no national standard on the very large end. And I don't think there's any equipment there at the current time. But other than that, these are all coming straight out of DOE standards.
Your footnote was just saying what a tabletop water heater was, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, with that, let's take our non-quorum advisory vote. How many words for Amy? Go ahead.
Yeah, just to restate my point before that, before the NVE committee, I'd want to make sure this grid-enabled water heater definition is kind of consistent or does not conflict with other Washington state regulations on grid-enabled water heaters. So I'll follow up with Commerce on that, or Mike.
Okay, that sounds great. Yeah, bring that to the.
This is again just defining the category that's already in the table.
Yes, I just want to make sure the definition isn't like weirdly inconsistent with other Commerce regulations on that. But
I don't think that Commerce that would be preemption. They can say you have to put in a heat pump, but I don't think they can have anything. They can't change the definition of grid enabled.
All right, I'll follow up.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, which is to accept the footnotes part of this public comment, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
I get to do that all by myself if I want, I think. So we are at the end of time. Thank you everybody for a lovely time. And this will help the MV committee greatly next week when we consider these things.
Quick question. What happens with the ones that we didn't get to how do they go forward?
Well, what will probably happen is the MVE committee, someone will be able to show up at the MVE committee if they want and bring up any of the issues that, well, any of the issues, including those that the tag considered today. But any issue that's on this list, those are public comment, the MVE committee could consider. So if you have a real concern with the tag recommendation or the recommended if no action by tag, then show up the MVE committee and bring it up.
Yeah. No, I just want to make.
I would please, I'd say, please, 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 if you have a concern with something, please bring that up before the MVE if you can, so that we can attempt to have very specific code language developed ahead of the MVE. So we're not trying to write code language in the MVE committee.
No, I don't have anything I want to change, and I support the tag's recommendation. I just wanted to be able to support that position if you needed help at that meeting next week, but I probably can't make it because it conflicts with a 90.1 meeting.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here today. And yeah, if anybody else has any other issues, we'll bring it up to the MVE. Thank you so much, everybody, for your time and your intelligence and your expertise and your patience with everything. All right. Take care. We are adjourned.
Have a good weekend, Shell.
Thanks, Joe.
Take care, everybody.
Bye.
Good to have the band back together.